call this meeting to order. It is 1:33 p.m. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone.
Present.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Presentation, approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer, do we have any changes to the agenda as provided? We have the order of presentations. Has anything changed?
There's no change to the agenda as presented, Chair Bustamante. In terms of the actual presentations, which I don't think are reflected in any specific order on the agenda, we were going to start with the Sheriff's Office and then potentially proceed to the Clerk's Office, then RECC, Public Safety, ASD, Fire Corrections, and Community Services, if that's acceptable to the Board.
Thank you. Presentation and discussion of FY 2026 budget development. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. So we've provided some supplemental material to the Board in response to a request for some more detailed division level budget information, I believe, for most of the departments that we'll be talking about today. We're going to begin, as I said, with the Sheriff's Office and spend some time in particular talking about their fixed assets, as well as the plan to continue to grow the department based upon a staffing assessment that is underway, as well as building upon previous efforts with the Sheriff's Office to build out their team and their staff. So I'm going to begin with starting with the staffing, as that's the most significant item I'm sure that the Board will want to discuss. It's important to remember that we worked with the Sheriff's Office last year to include in the budget 4 public safety aides, and this was intended both to reduce some burden on deputy sheriffs, as well as provide some entry-level opportunities for individuals who are interested in a law enforcement career, but who may not meet minimum age requirements or otherwise be ready to commit to that profession. So, looking forward into the future in terms of when those public safety aides would potentially be in a position to promote into a deputy sheriff position. As we've discussed earlier, we've identified recurring revenue that is currently pledged to debt service for the existing Sheriff's Office facilities that will no longer be needed for that purpose once that debt is retired or arrangements have been made to retire that debt. That would support 4 additional deputy cadet or deputy 1 positions at that time, at the time that, again, our public safety aides would be in a position to graduate, if you will, into those full-time positions. So that's the way in which we've worked, I believe, collaboratively with the Sheriff's Office, both last year and then looking forward into the future as to how we can grow out the department, obviously pending the outcome of the staffing needs assessment. Separate and apart from that, we do have included in the budget that's being presented by county management an additional position for a deputy sheriff 3 position in this budget. So again, this would be the 5th position that was added to the Sheriff's Office over the past 2 fiscal years, and looking forward, we're already planning to add more. Relative to staffing, generally, as the board is aware, we've worked with the Sheriff's Office to design and implement 4-8-40 pilot schedule for the patrol division. This has significantly reduced vacancies in authorized deputy sheriff positions. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, Sheriff, we're almost fully staffed in your sworn positions. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Madam Chair and Commission, I believe, have 2 positions open right now, so we're almost fully staffed, and I've been in anticipation of being fully staffed within the next couple months, 100%, which is the first time that I can remember that we're 100% staffed.
And so emphasize that here because we had many in previous years paper positions, meaning positions that were existed on the tool as FTEs, but had no bodies in those positions. I believe we were at times upward of 20%. So this will hopefully be the first full fiscal year that we will have all of the sworn positions filled on a consistent basis. And then, as indicated, we're adding in this proposed budget an additional Deputy Sheriff 3 position, and then are planning as to how we can maximize the public safety aid positions that were created in the previous fiscal year. Manager
Schaefer, Sheriff Mendoza, that's excellent news. I think all of us here are really happy to hear that you are fully staffed at this point, because it was very much of an issue when I first got elected. So thank you for your good work in making that happen.
Then looking at the looking at the Sheriff's Office, budget, again, we did provide more division level detail at the board's request. If you're interested to see how that breaks out relative to the various divisions or accounts, if you will, within their budget overall, and I'll let the sheriff's team address that. The non-salary and benefits aspects of their budget are relatively flat with decreases. And then here is the fixed asset summary for the Sheriff's Office. I'll highlight, I believe they all total approximately $2.6 million. These are either increased AV systems, for example, to better utilize their conference room space. The most significant investments relate to the Sheriff's Office vehicle replacement. Want to appreciate and acknowledge the Sheriff's Office working collaboratively with our data analyst to really look at and refine, and which we'll continue to do going forward, the vehicle replacement schedule for the Sheriff's Office. Obviously, replacing vehicles is an ongoing and regular need for the Sheriff's Office, and again, we appreciate their partnership in really looking at the data to analyze how frequently we might need to do that. I would highlight the mobile command trailer. This is legislatively funding to the tune of $100,000. That money will be combined with funds from the RECC and from the fire department to create fully integrated and multi-use command trailer. And again, we appreciate everybody working collaboratively to maximize public funds, but also ensure that everybody's needs are being met. As I indicated, overall, the sheriff's budget is salary and benefits, aside in terms of increases based upon the last negotiated CBA, I believe is generally flat with some net decreases. I'll stop talking and I will turn over the microphone to the sheriff and his team for any additional items that they want to address specifically or to collectively for us to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you, Chair Bustamante.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Sheriff Mendoza.
Madam Chair and Commission, thank you for your time today in reference to the budget. I want to go ahead and turn over the specifics to Clarissa, the accountant for the Sheriff's Office, to explain some of the numbers for the next fiscal year. So I'll turn it over to her, and then if there's any questions, we'll gladly answer any of the questions that the Commission may have in reference to the numbers.
Hello, thank you. So some of the highlighted changes we have for fiscal year 26 were done to kind of bring our budget down to reflect historical spending. Some of those decreases were noted in training, travel, and per diem, which is including of in-state travel for multiple law enforcement staff and a $30,000 decrease for extraditions. Our maintenance budget is relatively flat, but we did see an increase in $5,000 for our VirTra training system maintenance. For contractual services, we had a total net decrease of $133,792. Some of those decreases were for towing services, which we now have our own tow truck and are hopeful to get it up and running this upcoming fiscal year. And decreases in public safety psych services, which the current contract is set to expire December 28th, 2025. With our supplies, our net decrease was down $66,781, and in that includes the purchase of Narcan, which has been provided by the state for the last several years. And within the Law Enforcement Protection Fund, we allocated the fund that we will receive from DFA appropriate to what we will be needing, which is body armor. With new hires comes the body armor, which are on a 5-year replacement schedule. Training and travel to help offset the cost from our operating budget, as well as supplies to include firearms, ammunition, less lethal munitions, and miscellaneous supplies needed for deputy law enforcement.
Madam Chair and Commission, if I can just explain a little bit more in reference to the Law Enforcement Protection Fund, you see net increases in the 3 categories, although that is a fund that is provided through the state. We're just increasing these different categories based on our historical spending and where we've seen the need, so we don't have to move that money at a later time. And so it's just a little bit of better planning. Although you see net increases, that is state-funded money that is being increased through the 3 categories that you see there. And I'll go ahead and answer any questions, and I'd like to just make one other statement also.
Do we have any questions for the Sheriff's Office? Commissioner Green?
I guess I'll start. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, everybody involved in public safety. This is probably the biggest request I get as a county commissioner is, can we have more speed control? Can we have more investigations? Can we have more of a presence here? And the sheriff's been great over the last few weeks and the last year in meeting with different groups, and last week met with Nambe Pueblo, with the governor, in an effort to address that. We've had conversations with trying to help out San Ildefonso, Santa Clara has put out a request because they have a small fraction of Santa Fe County up in the north outside of Espanola. Even Espanola and the folks in Chimayo have asked for this. And so, you know, we've had vacancy savings for multiple years, and now that we're at the point where we have everything sort of staffed up, I'm wondering if this is like becomes the time when we need to say those vacancy savings, which were, if my fellow commissioners that remember in past years, those were deleted positions, right? And so not only did we have a vacancy savings, but we also removed some of those actually positions from the budget. And so it was a double sort of issue with the capacity of the sheriff's office. And I want to go to bat for our constituents, and I want to go to bat for the sheriff's deputies out there to just ask, you know, did you ask for more positions? Is there growth in here? Are there retirements coming up? I know that there's a proposal, or part of this is to have some training positions in here, these public safety aides. But I think that that's, you know, maybe years down the line before those people come online. And I'm wondering, is there a request on your behalf for any more positions because of things that you see or the needs that you see across the county? You know, not just in District 1, all, you know, everywhere.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Green, thank you for the question. And, you know, I'd like to go back historically when we talk about the positions at the Sheriff's Office and the growth or lack of growth herein over the last few years. What happened is, and I believe it was when I took office in 2019 or 2020, in order to increase salaries, because historically we had not been fully staffed and we really had a hard time recruiting to 100% staffing levels, we had made a decision that we would give up 6 deputy positions in order to make up for some of the salary increases, which was a great idea at the time, and it actually helped retain deputies that we were losing at a pretty high rate. Now, those 100 positions that we had back in 2019 or 2020, before we gave up the 6, we probably were allocated probably about 16 to 18 years ago, which shows you that the Sheriff's Office has not necessarily grown in that amount of time. We've actually shrunk because we gave up the 6 positions. Now, moving forward into where we need to be and the request that was made, we did request the 6 positions back that we had lost over the last few years. And I appreciate, and we have been working with the manager's office to come up with a plan in reference to how we can grow the sheriff's office and how we can see positions added to the point where we can meet the services that are required throughout the county. And Commissioner Green, you're absolutely right. The amount of service calls and calls for service are increasing. The population's increasing. Development is increasing within Santa Fe County. The need for public safety is increasing. And so, you know, we did get allocated 1 position in the budget this year, and we have a plan to move forward for 4 other positions. But what I have to say and honestly say, we need those positions, yes, right now. We have the momentum. We feel we're gonna be at 100%, which it took a lot of work with the manager's office and with all of the county and HR and finance and everybody to get to where we're at, but we have the momentum right now. Now, I'd like to continue that and continue growing the sheriff's office. And in actuality, when we do this staffing study, which we've been allocated the money for mid-year budget to try to make a determination exactly how many deputies we need, I think it's going to be pretty astounding. I'll estimate that it's probably going to be 20 to 25 more deputies that we need out on the streets. And so, when do we make that move? Do we take the time to allocate 2 or 3 or so positions a year? How long will it take us to fulfill the needs of the public? And that's what it's all about, is public safety. The more requests and, for speeding and drug trafficking and more patrols out in the areas. And we're, to be honest, we're sending more officers up north because of, the tribal agencies and the casinos and the problems that we're having up there, the speeders and the traffic going to Los Alamos. And so, we have officers patrolling alone sometimes in the areas of Edgewood and El Dorado. And unfortunately, state police just doesn't have the resources to assist us like they used to. They used to have, maybe 10 officers here in Santa Fe, and the last time I checked, they had 2 or 3, and that's including coverage for PECO. So our backup isn't there. The calls are become increasingly more violent, and so, what I have to say, yes, if I had it my way, and if I was looking for public safety as a priority, I would say we need all 6 positions yesterday. But I'm happy and I'm glad that we have some sort of plan moving forward to increase the numbers. But we need them. We have the momentum, and Commissioner Green, and I'm sure the commission, all of you in your head are right. We need more bodies on the streets to do our job. So I'll just end with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. I know that all of us get it, whether it's in the Agua Fria Village alone, you could probably have three new deputies, right? Commissioner Johnson, there's probably one needed in Glorieta, there's one in Lamy, there's probably one that's needed on I-25 or old Santa Fe Trail. Down in Galisteo, the Highway 14 corridor probably could eat up 1 or 2, and La Cienega could eat up 1. And then Commissioner Hughes, I'm sure your district would appreciate it too. And so, if this comes, it'd be great if this staffing study was here right now, but it right now is budget. So you got to sort of match these things up. And if we've cut this back to this point, and the request is there, and we have an opportunity to backfill and to prepare for the future, I would request that we try to figure out how to get more than one new deputy. Whatever, quick back of the napkin in the next few weeks before budget comes back, that's more important than open space. I'm sorry, commissioners, but right at the end of the day, that is what our constituents want, and it's distributed across the entire county. He's given up years and years of vacancy savings to do things like open space and other things that were important at the time. But I think now's the time. I think we have the money here. I think there's, the sheriff's coming to the end of his term, and he's done a really good job of creating a great force. He's got 2 years to build it up and hand it off to the next sheriff. And I would recommend that we find a way to get 4 or 5 or 6 new sheriffs deputies this year, because this staffing report could say 20, right? I mean, if you think it's going to be 20 for a comparable department, we're not going to be able to hire 20 at a time. We'd be lucky if we could get 5, 6, 7 at a time. And so it'll take us years to get to whatever the recommendation is of this. That's my request to try to bring that forward for the final budget when we get there in a couple weeks. I do want to thank the sheriff for being participatory in the EV study. I wish we had the study results back so we could buy EVs now, but that's okay. We will get there. And I really hope that this staffing study comes to us quickly, right? I mean, if it's, how long, when did we put it in the budget at mid-year, is that correct?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, I believe that is largely correct. I believe the purchase order was signed in the last few weeks, but in any event, the contractor is under contract.
Amazing. And then when do we expect that to be, have results to us?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, we're expecting once we get the PO and we get everything in place that the study would be done hopefully within 3 or 4 months.
Okay. I think we should move forward with 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever the right amount is, 5, one for each district, whatever the right number is here. We would all appreciate it and be able to go home and have our constituents say, good job. So anyway, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, everybody.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sheriff Mendoza. So there's about 100 officer position, deputy positions, is that right?
We're slated right now for 94 positions sworn. That would be fully staffed. Again, it was 100, and we gave up 6 positions in 19 or 20, I believe.
In 19 or 20? Okay. What do the public safety aides, what are their roles? Is it traffic, or is it not even in vehicle activity?
Commissioner Johnson, the public safety aides will be limited to non-law enforcement activities and support for deputies. I think that will help with assistance with traffic control and things that are non-criminal. We're coming up with a policy right now because we're in the process of hiring these public safety aides, and it will provide a professional stepping stone for them to move into deputy positions when they're of age, because we're looking at younger individuals that haven't reached the age of to be able to be certified law enforcement. So I think that's another positive thing about the public safety aides.
So they're in a pipeline program, and similar programs around the country have yielded officers, deputies from those programs, in your experience?
Commissioner Cherry, that's correct, and that is the goal, to have a career ladder for younger individuals into law enforcement.
So if we round up, although I hear what Commissioner Green is saying, the population of Santa Fe County is 157, let's round it down. There's 1 officer per 150 people-ish. Is that accurate?
Technically, if you're just going off the math, yes.
Okay, and I know policing isn't just about, it's not like the population is spread evenly, et cetera. But I'm just trying to understand the ratio and what a similar department in Bernalillo County or Rio Arriba County, what their ratio would be. Again, every district is unique, but I think that'd be helpful for me just to see sort of staffing balance comparison.
Commissioner Johnson, we can definitely work on getting that to the commission. I will say, excluding Bernalillo because they encompass all of Albuquerque and that greater population. When we're talking about other sheriff offices that are similar to our size, like Doña Ana County, which in Las Cruces, and then you got San Juan County. They're operating at, and I don't have the exact numbers, but I would say close to 130 or 140 deputies sworn, which is a significant amount larger than where we're at right now. But I can definitely get the exact numbers and the ratios from similar counties, and because I think that works. A lot of that work's already been done.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to see that, and of course, adding in the Santa Fe Police Department to understand, that density, that population center is covered. Edgewood, I'm sure, has a couple of police officers who would be in that count. I think that would be a useful information. I'm trying to understand, if you're projecting, if you're sort of guessing at a study coming back and there's a 20% increase, I could see, we're not going to be able to sort of get to 20 right away. So can we get there stepwise? So I appreciate the information and, of course, appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kakari-Stone?
Thank you, Chair, County Manager Schaefer, Sheriff Mendoza. I just have a few clarifying questions, points I want to ask. Thank you. I had the same with the public safety aides. In terms of the pilot project, where is it in the line item? It's been successful based on what you have reported so far, and it seems like we want to move in that direction in the future. Do we have enough money? Have you put enough money in the proposed budget we're looking at to support that fully, to expand it? And how much are you estimating that would take to make it successful in the next fiscal year?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Kakari Stone, I may defer to the manager, but it's my understanding that in lieu of the administrative time which is granted by the manager, that there is no associated necessarily cost or budget that is required in order to pursue the continuation of this pilot program. And actually, I think we're saving money on overtime and definitely saving money on retention and retraining and rehiring officers. But the manager may have a different opinion of what I just stated, but I'll refer to him also because he may have a better fiscal understanding of how that impacts the budget and the county.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Kakari Stone. First, just to circle back, if I could, to the question that was posed by Commissioner Johnson. That data is exactly why we commissioned a staffing study by an independent entity that has done that throughout the country, was to help provide that qualitative and quantitative data to the board as you make future allocation decisions. With regard to the 4840, it's not something that's separately budgeted as a line item because it is absorbed within salary and benefits as well as the overtime line item. So, as the sheriff indicated, there's no separate line item associated with that program. It's just where the money is allocated out of those existing lines. So in other words, for that 40 hours, whether it's administrative leave, whether 8 hours of administrative leave, 32 hours of time worked, or whether we reverted to 40 hours of actual time worked, it's the same amount of money out of the salary and benefits line item. I hope that answers your question.
My follow-up question, thank you, is regarding the 4 deputy cadets, the way it's written here on page 35, this is earmarked for 2027, is that correct? It's not currently in the budget to add.
That is correct, as we're looking forward to when the debt that is currently, the general fund resources that are currently pledged to that debt, when that debt will be retired. We can explore, how we might be able to pre-fund some of that debt service in the next fiscal year to facilitate moving that forward quickly. But that is correct, Commissioner Kakari Stone, is that was forward-looking, again, thinking that we want to make sure that we have positions into which the public safety aides, if that's still the desire to have those positions rather than deputy sheriffs, which would be another option for the board to consider, is to bump up the amount of money for the public safety aides and to transform them into deputy sheriffs. But if we continue upon the path that we had worked on with the sheriff and have those feeder positions, we wanted to ensure that we had positions that were available for them when it was time for them to promote up.
So my next question is, if we're getting a cost savings from this pilot, has this been considered or factored in to replenish the officers you lost those positions in 2019 and 2020? And if we're not, why don't we consider it in this budget this year?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Kakari Stone, it's still in the pilot phase, and so we would do that when we made a full switch to say, yes, this is the way we're going to go forward, and then we would look at what the actual savings were in the overtime line item at that point. But as it stands now, we're still in the pilot phase, and that pilot was extended for 6 months earlier this year to gather more data to make sure that the initial positive signs actually bore fruit in the long run. So that would be an appropriate time to have that conversation, Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Okay, so the benchmark will be in 6 months, and is there any type of measures you're looking for to move it from a pilot to a full program?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Kakari Stone, we reported to the board earlier this year in terms of the
Yes.
metrics that we were tracking. So we would want to make sure that those weren't short-lived, and that as people become comfortable with the new schedule, we don't see a regression, if you will, in terms of some of the positive results that would suggest that perhaps this isn't in the long-term best interest of the community and the department. So I believe we would be looking at those same data points, and again, wanting to make sure that that the results that are seen are actually something that are long-lasting and something that we can anticipate continuing into the future before a permanent decision is made on that switch.
Okay, well, that makes sense, and it's a great rationale. And this is along the lines of Commissioner Green and Johnson, and educate me here, Sheriff Mendoza. Where do we stand? Are there national standards for public safety and for the ratio of sheriffs or law enforcement per population or incidents and data? Are we up to par with national standards? Or are we below? Where do we stand with that?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Kakari Stone, there are recommended ratios for public safety, and I think I would defer again to the experts in the staffing study to try to determine exactly what that ratio may be, including they'll take a very close look at the operations of our agency, the divisions that we have, and how many sworn deputies it may take to be able to do the job efficiently and effectively. I'm thinking just based on the need and what I see in the day-to-day operations and or the need of deputies, whether that's 1 or 6 or 3. We need more deputies, and I again, I'm just going off the need, not off the ratio, but the calls for service, the requests, the crime that's happening out there, the need to bolster up our patrol division, our investigations division, and court security, to be honest with you. So I'm going off the reality of operations, not necessarily the ratio, but there are, and I would defer to the experts in the study to make a determination of what that may be.
Okay, thank you. These are very important points, and the reason why the 4840 pilot was implemented because it's high burnout, right? When you presented, you have lost 6 positions, and you need to replenish these. And because public safety is so important to all our constituents, and we're stone's throw, whether it's 6 or 4 or 2. Why are we not moving forward with funding it this fiscal year? Again, the pilots, because there's high burnout, and will we be mitigating or undermining the success of a pilot if we're burning out the people who are on the regular schedule? And why don't we just plan ahead, prevent this, and invest in a small number? How much would it actually cost, County Manager and Sheriff Mendoza, to fund, to completely fund and fill all these positions that were lost in 2021?
Are we switching the public safety aid positions to deputy sheriffs, or are you talking about 5 additional positions so that we would have increased the staffing by 11? So it depends upon what you're proposing.
I'm going to defer to Sheriff Mendoza on the title and the rank, what you would need to fully fund to operate effectively, efficiently, and to not burn out who you have now.
So, Commissioner, I appreciate the question, and the request was requesting our 6 deputies back that we lost. There was one that was budgeted, from what I understand, or proposed. If in fact we requested 5 more, because one was already placed for a proposal into the budget, we're looking at approximately $104,000 per position. And so I would probably say another $500,000. That includes the salary and benefits. The vehicles, I'm assuming we'll figure out, because we may not have to get them brand new vehicles right away, but I would say approximately about $500,000. That's for 5 more plus the proposed, so 600, a little over that.
I appreciate that, and that's the last of my questions, but it seems like you've made a clear rationale for a little investment. That $500K is to fully replenish, and we can't replace public safety. It's a priority of our constituents, of our communities. It's not that large of an investment. We have sat here since I've been in this position in January and approved millions for just technology, database systems, anything that keeps us up to date. And we can't put a dollar amount on the human resource and people. So I'm just, for the record, Chair Bustamante and County Manager Schaefer, saying I'm recommending, from my vantage point, that we invest in fully funding these positions of the $500K. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else? I have a question regarding, and this may go to the next item on our list. Actually, it wouldn't be the clerk's office, but it would be in corrections. I do know that it's the sheriff's office that takes people to the jail. We've all seen the news and New York Times article, and the question came up from a constituent of why doesn't the sheriff drive people into town? And I don't know if this is something that could be budgeted for. We've also had other, and I know this conversation is going to go elsewhere, but I think this is the opportunity while we have the sheriff before us, maybe a community service program through the sheriff's office. I don't know. But if so, would this be the place where there should be additional funds? Do you feel that you would be staffed for it? Do we recommend that we save that for corrections? It has been discussed in other eras, if you will. I'd like to get some feedback on that, please.
Madam Chair, I agree. I did read I believe it was the op-ed or the article that came out, and this has been an issue that we've been trying to address over several years. And I'm not sure exactly what the solution is, and I'm not sure if we can fully vet that out today in the budget hearing, but I'd be happy to sit down and talk to you about options in reference to how we can do that and come up with some type of solution, whether it's the sheriff's office assistance, or like you said, whether it's corrections or another county entity, or maybe getting the public involved too. But I'd be happy to sit down and talk to you about that for sure.
Thank you, Sheriff Mendoza. Appreciate it. Okay. Yes, sir.
Little thing, just doing a cursory little Google search. According to an article from the law enforcement people in the Google world, it ranges from 2.6 to 1.8 per thousand. So if you did it the low range of 1.8, that would be 260 for our size of population. Now you can deduct some things for Santa Fe and things like that, but it would be an interesting study to sort of see how that works for that unincorporated portion of the county. And, you know, the sheriff does help out in the city of Santa Fe, and the sheriff does help out in Espanola, and does help out in Edgewood. So I think we're probably understaffed, but so thank you for.
I am assured that the study is going to reveal these. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Sheriff Mendoza. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you.
Our next item of the clerk's office. Good afternoon, Clerk Clark.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Okay. Manager Schaefer?
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and commissioners. So we Again, provided some supplemental material to the board relative to the clerk's office budget, which I will pull up to share both with the board as well with anybody who's watching our proceedings today. Relative to and I'll defer to the clerk to explain some of the specific items that are called out relative to increases in contractual services and the like. And then in addition, we did provide some specific division level detail per the request of the board, as well as identify the various fixed asset requests to include those that are carryover requests, as well as those that will be funded through state capital outlay funds that came out of the last regular legislative session. Again, while some of these are carryovers and some are state funded, I believe all of the requested fixed assets are recommended and included in the proposed budget for the clerk's office. Relative to the specific elections cost center, we did work with the clerk's office to work on an initial budget relative to election cost for the upcoming regular local election, as well as the primary election next June. I wanted to, highlight the fact that, that is a placeholder, and I wanted to acknowledge the, I think the collaborative relationship between the clerk's office and our data manager as we look at working together over the next several months to use the granular data that has been accumulated to help support the clerk's vision of having both accountable budgets, but working to make sure that we're putting together data-driven election plans that acknowledge the needs of voters, but also utilize the information that is available relative to their voting behaviors and needs. So I'll stop talking and again thank the clerk and her team for all the work that went into the budget to get us this far. And we'll turn it over to her and her staff to talk generally about their budget, as well as specific requests that are highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Clerk Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So we have this document that's sort of a general highlighted changes. We have noticed that there is sort of a shifting demand on our travel, so we increased that. We also now use tablecloths at all of our polling sites to kind of help keep the cabling and all of that stuff corralled. When we attempt to wash it, it doesn't really turn out that well, and there's a lot of labor for ironing, so we thought it'd be just more efficient to have laundry service. We are hoping to work on some of our records and recording side projects, records digitization and preservation. So because we are moving to a new recording software this year that will have fraud alert, have AI, have a much better search function, in our efforts to sort of categorize our records, we have found that some images that were originally taken is very bad quality. And so we're going to have to, back from the 70s and 80s. So we're going to have to redo some of those images, try to find the originals, work on getting new scans. And that is what that $300,000 is trying to support. Right. And we have about 9,000 Spanish language documents that are in cursive, which is very labor intensive to, we have to scan those, we have to digitize them, and then we have to have someone who is who can read cursive, actually, which for the younger generation is actually quite hard. So it's becoming a specialized, it's becoming a specialized group of people who can read Old Spanish, Old Norteño Spanish, by the way, and then be able to tell us what those documents are about, to be able to index them correctly so that people can go back through and find the original land leases or, the original documentation from the king. So it is going to be very intense, but that's kind of our vision of this office, is to finally finish that project, right? We're moving towards a new recording software so that our customers, our title companies, have a much easier time. It'll be less intense for us to do unofficial title searches because our everyday customers can just go into an online portal and find it much more easily. So we're hoping that it'll be less labor intensive for us. And so what we're going to be doing is QCing on the back, making sure that we have those original records. We've already found that some of our records have gone missing since before I took office. So we're going to try to find, perhaps they're at Iron Mountain, perhaps they're in state archives mislabeled. So we're going to be doing a little bit of a fishing expedition, trying to make sure all of our records are complete. Sivera is our kind of vision of radical transparency. That is a software that will put all of our ballots online. So right now in someone has to go to district court to be able to get access to the ballots. That's meant to protect the offices from having these extensive fishing expeditions from folks who just don't accept the result. But one of the things we're seeing is that we would like to be being able to put our ballots online, that someone can just flip through and see all of the ballots. They'll be redacted for individually identifying marks, but it is a way to compare what the results say on the Secretary of State's website and be able to, if you wanted to, go through all, let's say, 85,000 ballots and see that those numbers add up.
Excuse me, Clerk Clark, just very quickly, because I
Yeah.
think I'll forget the question.
Of course.
And that is, does not provide the name of the person who voted. It's just
Absolutely
the-
not. It's just the image of the ballot, right?
Okay.
So one of the things we do is we make very sure that if so few people voted in a particular precinct in a certain category, then we would just combine those precincts together so we could make sure that the vote is anonymized. We're not going to violate anyone's anonymity, but in New Mexico, your ballot is decoupled from your identity. So there's no way of knowing whose ballot it is, and that's one of the reasons why we redact any stray marks, because sometimes you'll see that voters actually put something on the ballot in order to see if they could find it later. We will remove those because we don't want someone's individual ballot being identified.
Thank you, sorry for the interruption.
Sorry, Madam Chair, no, that's perfectly fine. Sorry, the allergies are killing me. Okay, digital form projects. So this is where we want to increase the efficiency of our office. We still are using a lot of paper forms for intake, and our vision is that we would sort of create forms that would actually capture the data as the person who's filling out the form is filling it out. So it would go automatically into our systems. So instead of us retyping information or not being able to read the handwriting, we would be able to have a much more technological update. It would help cut down on mistakes, which we see a lot of human error when people are trying to transcribe handwriting. And I think that our end user is always looking for ways of making their form submission much faster. So we wanted to spend money on really decreasing the amount of paper intake that's happening, whether that's in probate or on the clerk side. So this is Albert Sensor, Twilio, Cisco. These are all just our kind of subscriptions to make our ticketing system work. Twilio is kind of a back-end thing. It connects our Cisco phone system to our ticketing system. So when someone leaves a message, we'll be able to combine that ticket if they sent us an email. So it's just a much more efficient way of tracking all of our requests and making sure that every constituent has a very timely response. And if they happen to try to contact us in 2 different ways, we can just combine that ticket. The Albert Sensor is the subscription that's part of the security system. You might know that after I was appointed to the EI-ISAC, the federal government actually cut all of that funding. So while we are still going to have support for the Albert sensors through the MS-ISAC, a lot of the election-related support that you would normally have seen that would have been free to us as a county has now been gutted. But one of the things that we can preserve is this idea of a sensor that sits out at the Dinosaur Trail Elections Warehouse and will monitor any potential attacks. which is going to be more important now that we don't have the federal government monitoring attacks. We want to make sure that we're not being hacked by Iran or Russia, essentially, during an election. So this system will sit on the network and make sure that unusual IP addresses are not attempting to get access to our system. So supplies, we decreased this because we did a really hard look at what we're spending money on. And it seemed like we are not spending as much supply money on certain things, and so we cut our budget there. We cut our budget for postage. We're finding more and more that we're more efficient with more digital requests, and because people are now downloading their documents out of their email, we don't have to spend as much on postage. And then, of course, our big ass are all of my projects. So our new Dinosaur Trail warehouse will need furniture. There's really no furniture out there. So as we're working towards renovating that building, we're going to need to put cubicles and some other furniture to make sure we can staff up that building. There's going to be a carryover from FY25. We are already purchasing a vehicle this year because we had state capital money expiring. And it was just too much to try to do two at once, so we decided to buy what we could with the money that was expiring and then roll the money over. We are acquiring a mobile voting unit because we got Homeland Security dollars for that purpose, but we didn't actually request the ADA compliant ramp. And this is a very specialized ramp that sort of folds up. It has 3 or 4 different pathways to make sure it's wheelchair accessible. It has to fold up and be able to be transported, in like its own little, essentially, trailer that would go with the mobile voting unit. And this is a way that we can support that site and make sure it's ADA compliant. And we're hoping to be able to put it out at the Dreamcatcher 10 as a way of attracting voters, because what we're seeing during early voting is folks are not using Abidon Lopez to what we think would be worth having, continuing to have an early voting site. There's so few voters during the kind of non-general election. So our thought is if we put something that's literally on the road with big signs and people still don't vote, then we can say, okay, this is just a voting behavior. This is not a visibility issue. Let's see. So we have some UOCAVA carryover money just to help increase our efficiency. We're working on that project. Broadband at Dinosaur Trail, it's because Dinosaur Trail happens to be kind of off the beaten path for some reason. It's very expensive for us to have resilient software out there. So the quote that we got to put 2 different broadband providers out there, like that last mile dig, was very, very expensive in order to have 2 different networks to make sure that the warehouse would be online no matter what, and also not using necessarily Starlink, because that has become politically problematic. It's very expensive to actually dig that last mile, and that's why that price tag is quite expensive. And then there's some cybersecurity upgrades that we wanted to do because, again, we're not seeing that money coming from the federal government, even by way of Homeland Security. We're not seeing it in the form of HAVA money, and actually our state has actually cut a lot of our election funding. So the Secretary of State used to have, or has up to $15 million to request reimbursement, and then the clerks ask for reimbursement. But we are seeing that because they have done an audit, because there is more and more attempt to cut election expenses, we don't think there's going to be money coming necessarily from the state or the feds to help support some of these necessary election costs. But because there is those organizations that used to do that, whether that was the CISA or Homeland Security or all of these other things that have been cut at the federal level, we need to make sure that we're supporting that need at the county level. Okay, so on the clerk recording fee, we increased travel. To give you an idea of how much travel is, I'm sort of sitting on a lot of, I've been appointed to a lot of national boards, and at NACO, I think I have authored and passed 83% of the election policy and platform positions in the last 2 years. So I'm very busy on setting national policy, but unfortunately that costs money to go out there. And I'm really trying to work on finishing my SARA, which is the National Certification for Election Administration. I'm almost done. I've done 10 out of the 12, so hopefully I won't be dipping as much into the state travel, but that is why our travel from last year has increased, is because I've been doing a lot of panels at Georgetown, for instance, on artificial intelligence in elections and really trying to get ahead of the game. So that way, because we're seeing a pullback from the federal government, we want to make sure that we as the election officials are setting kind of the tone and also the policy that will make sure we're put in the best position for elections. We cut some of our maintenance, right? We're getting rid of old scanners. We had some state money to get scanners, and because we've replaced them, we don't want to do maintenance on things we no longer have, so we're getting rid of that. Contractual services remain flat. We decreased, again, some of our supplies. We're trying to go more digital. We're trying to be more efficient in terms of paper, so we're hoping we won't need to buy as much of that stuff, so we cut our supplies and material. And our marriage licensing, sort of the paper involved with that. Yeah, a better lease. So Jenny likes to negotiate, so we got a better negotiated lease. And then, of course, I think we weren't going to buy a vehicle this year because we had money to buy something else. Is that correct?
We had a grant fund.
Oh, we had grant. So we had grant money to buy a vehicle, so we didn't need to request it from our budget. And then, of course, probate's flat. So I think that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope if anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Clerk Clark. Do we have any questions for the county clerk? Commissioner Green?
Can I defer to Commissioner Kokari Stone first because I feel anxious going first all the time. So
Okay.
thank you.
Well, you're the first.
I'll raise my
You're the
hand, but I
first
just,
one who
yeah.
raises it. Commissioner Kokari Stone?
Thank you, Chair Bustamante, Clerk Clark. I just want to say, first of all, shout out and appreciation for your national and local leadership. I think you're making a huge splash, keeping Santa Fe County ahead of the game and staying up with protection and transparency and guarding us against fraud and bots and everything. So kudos, and I'm very happy about that. Given all your progress and outcomes you're achieving, I noticed there was no increase in staffing. Am I correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, so we have that money that we're rolling over to work on that reclassification project. One of the things that we have really tried to hone in on is that, you know, because we're adding a lot of software and kind of things that helps with the busy work, and we're not doing a lot of things that are manual. So for instance, you know, I custom designed software to help us hand tally. So should Trump get in the way of being able to have tabulators, right? Because his executive order stands for whatever strange reason, because his executive order said that we had to reach a 2.0 level of certification for our tabulators, but there absolutely are no tabulators in existence that meet that 2.0. If that means that we would have to hand tally our federal elections, we already have a software project ready to go should that be a problem. Basically, you as the person are hand tallying, but then the software keeps track of the votes so that it's easy for us to know that they're accurate. There's several projects like that we've been doing on the back end to help sort of increase the efficiency and how the different systems work. So the next phase is that we will use those positions that we have not filled, right? So basically the office functions fairly well without the positions we had that are now vacant. We will use those positions and we're going to reclassify them this next round to work on some of that stuff. Well, first because I'm going to be leaving office at the end of my term. I do a lot of stuff for the office, so we want to make sure that those functions like machine learning and all the things that I do already in my office, like someone will take over that role so that the office can run without me. So that's sort of succession planning. And the second is that we think that there's kind of like additional level of work that is not sort of captured by the job descriptions now. So we want to make sure we're adding some resiliency to the office. So if someone were to be out, there's enough staffing to make sure we cover some of those functions of kind of the new vision of how elections run and recording run. So some examples are the QCing department, right, making sure that the ballot sorter has a person who's specifically dedicated to make sure that runs and that the systems talk to each other. So these are kind of like, because we're adding all of this infrastructure, we're now going to change those positions to support that new infrastructure and processes in the office. But I don't necessarily think we need to add new staffing. I think it's actually that we're just being more efficient with how that's being staffed. And we do have some of that money, and the 350 probably won't cover it all, but like we'll start with what we have and then might ask nicely at the end of the year for any little extra that we need. Madam Chair, Commissioners.
I appreciate that, and efficiencies are always appreciated. Just a quick question. I noticed you're really ramping up your outreach and voter engagement with these advisory committees. I saw it in the press release. Who manages that from the org chart? Because that seems like it's a great thing. They're very specific subpopulations like youth and seniors. But who's going to be organizing that for you? And is there enough staffing for that?
So we actually did have our outreach coordinator, and then we've divided them up among our staff. But the hope is that we actually get that grant. So we did apply for for that large $500,000 grant, and we'll learn about if we got it in June and July. But essentially, that position that is funded by that grant, if we were to get that grant, so economic development had requests for kiosk and some other items. So I worked with Juan and we rolled that into the grant. But the grant also funds a position that would be their job, right? To have a position that would then manage all of those advisory committees, outreach. The grant is a civic education grant, so essentially we would use that very basic function of getting someone to register to vote. But in that interaction, we would then have a more like 2.0 level of getting someone to register to vote, which is showing and empowering the voter how to use the internet and also understand what those voter tools are. That was the vision of the grant. So the idea is we would be creating a digitally empowered population of people who've also happened to be registered to vote. So we were kind of trying to use that very basic interaction to generate a much more digitally empowered population of where I can find civic tools and how do I use the county website. And in doing that, we would then meet the requirements of the grant to have a much more civic and digitally empowered population in our population.
Thank you. And we've talked before about pipeline, and right now the county supports high school students. We don't have a pot of funds for college students and building an internship program. Your office seems to be a very likely place to place interns. Have you thought about that for this coming fiscal year? Or
I believe we have, Madam Chair, Commissioners, we have two interns that are starting, I believe. We would like to see more of a county onboarding program where kids who are 14 and 15 are taking classes at the community college, especially in project management. I think is so important in learning, sort of team building, all those soft skills that are not necessarily in the education plan currently, of the way that the state has, like to meet their state testing requirements, but that are so critical for county government. So essentially, especially as we move into a more modern era. So we would very much like to see an internship program, 14 and 15-year-olds who are taking classes at the community college. And then the idea being that if you have done your full 4 years, let's say, of an internship, then you would be classified as 4 levels in for an entry-level job. You don't have to start from the very bottom, right at 18.
Thank you, Clerk Clark. I totally support that, and I think we should look countywide on how to do that. That's it, Chair Bustamante. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
If nobody else, I'll take it. Thank you.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Clerk Clark and team. I do appreciate the efficiencies, right? So, it's not always staff. There's only, when we talk about staffing for the Sheriff's Department, that makes sense. You got to be out in the field. But you guys are in a modernizing, digital, transformative space. And I think having seen the evolution of your office in your years there, that's actually been a great part of what you've done, is sort of being forward-thinking, being election security based, modernizing your documents and records. And from the folks that I work with in the development field, your staff is phenomenal. Every time people say they need to go find something down there, they're surprised at how much easier it is than it used to be. So you're doing great there. So thank you very much. I guess my only concern is on that broadband budget number. So I offer to help and to see if we can find some alternative solutions there. I know fiber is the gold standard or the platinum standard, but wait for fiber to get to you. Don't be the leader of that, because you won't get your money out of it. There are, whether it's just using Comcast, because there is Comcast going right down behind you, or there is, but redundant, right? I mean, the whole object is to be redundant, resilient. Comcast, fixed wireless. There are a number of fixed wireless providers here in Santa Fe County that can solve the problem, at least in most of your locations. And I think it could save us a lot of money. And I'd be happy to, point you in some of the right direction and see where it comes from there, if that's appropriate.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think these quotes come from IT, and I think the ISPs that are available to us right now on Dinosaur Trail is not Comcast, but CenturyLink and Lumen. And that is
So you're going for legacy carriers. This is a big problem here at Santa Fe County, that we do not look for alternative routes. We are using the guys that everybody hates and doesn't do and charges like the crazy rack rates. IT was not something that we scrutinized very deeply here, but we do not utilize ReadyNet like we should. And if you just made a phone call, I will introduce you to Gerald Baca, who's the GM of ReadyNet. He can hook you up with 3, 4, 5 different ISPs that would do this for probably a quarter or maybe even less of the price of that. It wouldn't be fiber, right? And you don't need fiber, right? At the end of the day, you're not running massive amounts of data. You just need resiliency and safe.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think eventually we are going to have 40 to 50 people out there on election day. So we do need quite the throughput to
Fixed
manage
wireless,
that.
fixed wireless can be turned up for election day and get you to multiple gigs a day. And in fact, even ReadyNet has equipment that can be brought in for elections just to bump up for these, I won't call them crises, but these times when you need actually surge capacity.
Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, I think this was some discussion with Dale, and we can sort of take that offline, and I think Elias has been helping us with that. But I do believe that in order to get the Albert sensor to work correctly, there is some degree of that it's not supposed to be wireless for basically the security of it. So I would propose that we meet with Dale and Elias and come up with, if we can get ReadyNet, then of course we don't want to spend $300,000 if we don't have to. But I do want to make sure that we're meeting our long-term needs. If we're going to invest in the warehouse, that we are at least, we're putting the infrastructure in that we're going to need to manage elections going forward.
Yeah, and there's some security solutions that when you use a resilient or redundant system, that you can double check. So having one that's really, really good can just be hacked just the same. And so having 3, you can then cross and triangulate your data on that. And it's some of the techniques that some of the labs do and stuff, because they never know. You don't know if somebody's listening. And so the only way you can know is to have 3 ways of information coming in there. Anyway, I'd happy to introduce you to Gerald over there. Lastly, how's the EV working?
Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, we very much like our EV, but I think for our next purchase, it was recommended because of the the charger situation. We're going to actually try for a level 3 charger at the warehouse, at the Dinosaur Trail, and then work on a hybrid, because I think what's happening is that there was some discussion of having enough places to park and charge. So. In the county as a whole. So we, for our next vehicle, are going with not a pure EV, but the hybrid version of the F-150. So we'll have both the EV and the hybrid, but we do very much like our, it's a very nice vehicle. It's quite fancy. And it's fairly easy to charge now that we have one. But the concern is as we start adding more, we will not have the capacity to charge all of them at the same time. Mr. Chair.
As I've told you, I run a fleet of 5 vehicles with 2 chargers who run every day, and they're low capacity cars and nothing as fancy as yours, and it's doable. I would recommend that you try and you train and you do a little data analysis of how many miles you're actually running, even at your most peak time, and I bet you could make it go with an all EV, and you'll be so much more proud of yourself to go that extra, don't go backwards. But anyway, again, happy to help.
Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, that was the decision of the Verb.
Verb's been promising us a fleet management conversion for at least a year and a half from my sitting up here. Maybe it's close to 2 years right now. The slow walking of some of these studies is just painful, right? I mean, we only get 8 years here if we're lucky, and we'll be sitting here waiting for some of these studies long past we're gone. So anyway, it's possible. I recommend you go for another EV. If it works for you, you should be able to overrule that and go appeal to us for that. So thank you.
Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, we do have a EV van, so that will be our second EV vehicle. That's supposed to arrive in the next 30 days.
You should go all EV. You'll love it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank you for doing such a good job and bringing us into the 21st century in terms of clerk stuff. So thank you very much. No questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Clerk Clark, as well. I know that you've been at the front of the conversations and what's going to happen in making it harder for people to vote. So thank you for that good work as well. If there aren't any other questions, comments, concerns, thank you very much. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and commissioners. Typically, the board takes a break about an hour and a half into its meeting, which we're getting close on. So I don't know if you wanted to take a break just for 5 minutes or if you wanted us to plow ahead. So I just wanted to be mindful of your typical patterns.
I think we should take a break. We'll come back at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. It's 3 o'clock. Our next on the agenda is the RECC. Thank you, Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair, excuse me, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. With me to my right is our RECC Director, Roberto Lujan. I'm going to talk briefly about some of the budget highlights relative to, the RECC. In terms of significant, upgrades relative to existing operations, the proposed budget does include an upgrade to the Rapid SOS Unite software. It has a variety of enhancements that should help our dispatchers better respond to calls and provide better information to our first responders. If I understand it correctly, it also has the capability to receive video transmissions from dispatchers, from callers who are calling into 911. We also, in the fixed asset request for RECC, is a new computer-aided dispatch server. And there was also, I believe, request relative to a new vehicle to help serve the needs of our RECC. The thing that I would highlight relative to the overall needs of the RECC is that the budget includes funds for a significant round of negotiations with our RECC bargaining unit union for the dispatchers. The goal with regard to RECC is to focus first on filling the vacancies that currently exist. I believe Director Lujan mentioned that current vacancies are 10 positions, and so we hope to work through the collective bargaining process with the union to really move forward aggressively to fill those positions. Now, once those positions are filled, then we'll be working with the board in future fiscal years to start to augment the staff of the RECC. There is a staffing report that suggests over a period of years the need to add not insignificant number of dispatch personnel as we move forward. In that regard, I want to highlight the county's continued willingness to explore collaborative and consolidation type activities and opportunities with some of our surrounding counties. In particular, something that we intend to bring to the Board of County Commissioners in May would be a budget adjustment and an agreement with the Espanola 911 Center that would provide some operational support to that center for a limited period of time for 2 years in exchange for their willingness for the first time to really explore with the county in a collaborative way how we might spread resources further, either through complete consolidation or some sort of primary backup role. But the point being, in this space in particular, there is an opportunity for counties to regionalize on a greater scale. than what currently exists. I believe, and Director Lujan can speak to this, that is a direction that the Department of Finance and Administration would like to see counties go, so as to spread out limited resources in a greater way. Point being, we'll continue to work to find ways in which we can serve the needs of Santa Fe County, but also serve the needs of surrounding areas in ways that are win-win for everybody in terms of spreading the cost out, both from a facilities and technological and human resources basis over multiple jurisdictions. So that's it in terms of my high-level overview. I did want to note relative to the request for a vehicle. We will be working with departments who've requested vehicles to see if we can't repurpose some of the vehicles that the sheriff's office will be surplusing, so that we can rewrap those and extend the life of the vehicle by giving them to an agency that utilizes them less frequently, and the RECC fits into that bucket as well. So I'll stop speaking and turn it over to Director Lujan. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Deputy Lujan, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. Going over our fund, we have a budget net increase of $1,799,222. We have a travel net increase of $7,600 for in-state and out-of-state programs and certifications, which also includes the 911 GIS services and training. The in-state travel is reimbursed by the Department of Finance Administration. The maintenance budget remains flat. Our services have a net increase of $77,074 for various software license and maintenance contracts. And those contracts do usually increase annually by a minimum of 10%. That's the vendor usually implements an increase for their services. Other operating costs, we have a net decrease of $44,996. We were able to reduce services for our funds for printing, publishing ads, subscription dues, and also gas and heating costs. And I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Lujan or Manager Schaefer? Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's, you do a great job. I appreciate it, but I wondered, is there more you can do to increase staffing? You said there's still vacancies, 10 vacancies, is that right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, yes, that is correct. We do have 10 vacancies at this time. We do have one applicant for ECS 3 that will be interviewed in the near future, which will bring us to single-digit vacancies for the first time in many years. So we do recruitment events. We work with various agencies. We've worked actually with the state to attend their recruitment events, as well as state police. Unfortunately, we're not yielding a lot of applicants from there. So we are looking to potentially look at other events that we can recruit from. But right now, our current need is to hire experienced staff. We are full, I believe, with our ECS 1 basics, which are the call takers. Those are fully staffed right now. So we do need to try and recruit from people who are already certified and ready to work a radio.
And Chair Bustamante, Commissioner, just to reiterate something that I indicated before for clarity, we are due to renegotiate the collective bargaining agreement with the union that represents the emergency dispatchers, telecommunicators. And again, the budget as presented to the board it includes, again, significant, funds to address salaries and benefits in the hopes that as well as through other measures, would allow us to chip away at that vacancy rate so that we get down, hopefully to zero, and then from there we would build out. But again, we have currently 9 to 10 positions that are vacant, and so the focus is filling them. So we're getting product from those vacancies before we start adding positions.
Yeah, and have you considered or have you tried giving part-time work or different schedules so to attract more people? In other words, I think isn't the current work is like 12-hour shifts, and those are rather hard for people to take.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Hughes, yes, we are looking into the potential for having part-time employees that would become certified dispatchers and willing to attend those classes while working part-time as well. So that is something that we're looking into right now.
Okay, well, we've been looking at that for a couple of years, so I hope we move forward with that.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Hughes, the plan to create a part-time position is pretty extensive. We also need to work with DPS to ensure that we meet the requirements of a dispatcher while they are only working part-time, which means that the dispatcher would have to attend a 3-week academy and also maintain various certifications. And in order to accomplish that, we need to make sure that we have the position built correctly before we can move forward.
Okay, and then my last question, I think you answered this perhaps, but the bulk of the $1,700,000 increase is for salaries?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Hughes, no, a lot of that is attributable to fixed asset request, which I'm currently displaying. All of the kit, technology, hardware, software that goes into the RECC is, not insignificant in terms of cost. So, for example, to replace some Motorola laptops, it costs approximately $792,000. We have a server that is at $642,000, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of those increases are actually attributable to increasing the technological or addressing the technological environment within the RECC.
Okay, that's on the second page you gave us?
Yes, it was in the original budget book. It was also in part of the handouts for today. And then finally, I'm broadcasting it now, I believe, in terms of what is available on WebEx. And so if you're looking at that, it's also should be on the screen in front of you.
Yes, okay, I see it. Thank you. That means most of it is the hardware and software. Okay. That's all for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Lujan, Manager Schaefer. I may have missed it, but can you explain a little bit about this Motorola laptop? $132,000 per laptop. Seems like it's a pretty advanced machine. What does it do?
Yes, Chair Bustamante and Commissioner Johnson, I'm happy you asked that. I'm really excited to explain this. So the Motorola MCC 7500E laptop, and the ORNI stands for Outside Radio Network Infrastructure, which will give us redundancy in radio communications from virtually anywhere that has an internet connection. So if we were to evacuate the RACC, or for any special events such as Santuario or Zozobra, and we need to operate out of an alternate facility, which we normally do for those special events, we will have full radio communications just the way we do in the dispatch center. Currently, if we needed a backup, we would have to rely on the state's outside radio network infrastructure laptops or use handhelds, which is very inconvenient for our staff. So this will create redundancy for dispatch in radio communication.
So these, if I'm to understand correctly, aren't actually used day to day. They're an emergency backup system. Is that right?
Commissioner Johnson, that's correct. It would be a backup system, but it would be tested and utilized frequently.
And Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Johnson, if I could add, that relates in part, and correct me if I'm wrong, Director Lujan, to the mobile command trailer, which I've mentioned several times as a joint project between Fire, Sheriff Office, and RECC. And so that mobile command trailer could be used, if I'm not mistaken, with these devices as part of your, basically a mobile dispatch. Is that fair?
That is correct, Manager Schaefer. We would utilize those anytime we are utilizing the mobile command center.
Does that does this Motorola product come with a subscription also attached to it? Is it something that you have to pay yearly for?
Commissioner Johnson, what it does is, or it's inclusive of the system or service upgrade agreement that's already part of the RACC's contract. It would just increase the cost because there are, instead of 13 consoles, that would count as 19 consoles. So there would be an increase in that our existing agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Thank you, Director Lujan. Commissioner Green?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Lujan. So I saw there was a little bit of talk about the mobile command center being financed by the state legislature. But really, at the end of the day, the mobile command center is not $100,000, but it's $900,000 because it needs these laptops. And did we not go get the money for this? This seems like a really great thing to go ask for capital outlay at the legislature for. Is there a special pot of money that goes towards these sort of things that is only eligible for you to use, or is this general fund money that we need to take away from police officers, for instance, or sheriff's deputies?
Chair Bustamante, excuse me, Commissioner Green. So the legislative funding was $100,000 against an ask, I think, of close to $1 million, but several hundred thousand. So the legislature only partially funded the mobile command trailer, and again, at a steep discount. Relative to capital purchases under the existing joint powers agreement, those are to be generally split 50-50 between the city of Santa Fe and the county of Santa Fe, after taking into account, I believe it is a $20,000 contribution from the town of Edgewood. So the funding for this, as reflected in the detailed budget sheets for RECC, as well as for the CAD server, anything I think in excess of $5,000 per will be split, assuming that the city of Santa Fe includes it within their budget, between the county and the city. Relative to the county source of funds, I believe that any proposed capital purchase would be allocated from fund balance in the RECC Operations Fund. So to sum up, significantly more money was requested from the legislature via the Sheriff's Office than what was actually allocated. Number two, large capital purchases in excess of $5,000 per item are split between the city and the county after the town of Edgewood contributes $20,000, and then the county share, excuse me, would come from the RECC Operations Fund. I hope I addressed all aspects of your question.
I think so. But I'll just keep going down there. Has the city approved this, their portion of this?
I don't believe that they've concluded their budget process, so I don't know that we know that definitively.
They've agreed to it, at least at the city manager's level?
Director Lujan can speak to this. My recollection was that the proposed capital purchases that were to be split were recommended by the RECC board to the respective governing bodies. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the city manager was on board at that time. But if not, it was otherwise recommended by city representatives to include the fire chief and the police chief.
Yes, that is correct. The city manager was there too, and they want to move forward to propose that funding for RECC.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I know that we do have a command center. Is it just so out of date that it can't operate?
Chair Bustamante and Commissioner Green, the truck that you're referring to, we would call the Farber. It is very outdated. It does have the VHF radio that you would have in a vehicle. When we're required to work special events or evacuate the RECC in the event of an emergency, we need to be able to view all the channels that people are talking on. We're not able to do that with what's existing in the Farber right now. So it does not meet our needs. It does not have the enough internet ports or internet capacity for us to operate out of.
Okay, thank you. So I want to send out some appreciation to supporting the Espanola 911 Center. I know the folks up there have asked for it for years, and I've advocated for our collaboration there, and also to bring everybody here up to speed, this regionalization study. And so this is coming forward in the next few months, and the idea would be to to bring some of those best practices about regionalization. We don't need to have, 33 E911 systems in the state. I think I heard a study that said that it could be as few as 5. And so maybe it's 7, maybe it's 9, but it's probably not 33. And so by collaborating with Rio Arriba County, Espanola, and the tribes up there, we may find some cost savings for everybody and some efficiencies up there. In terms of some technology that, so I'm going to go to the vacancies. I'm wondering if that same success story that we have with the Sheriff's Department with the 4880 or 4840, whatever that acronym is, might potentially work for you all, right? Instead of a 12-hour shift, maybe, first off, 12-hour shifts are brutal, especially in what you guys do. So I think that there's got to be some flexibility in that to, and especially because I think peak happens. It's not like a 12-hour shift sort of locks you into steady state of staffing. And from my understanding of the way that 911 calls happen, there's, a wave function here that happens at, I don't know what hour it is, but it is like probably 9 o'clock at night on a Friday night. And I would think that by using a flexible schedule, one of some part-time people that are trained, either retirees or folks that are public service, public safety aides and things like that, so they get some dual use, dual cross-training and stuff, might be able to get those peaks sort of when the Friday night rush happens. It's like you staff a restaurant for during when people eat. You don't have people sitting around when people don't eat. And so having that flexible schedule, knowing how call volume comes in and managing that way, I think would be a flexible way to do that. Also, the part-time nature of people's lifestyles now, call it gig workers or whatever. Some people, there's a trend towards, I don't want to work 12 hours. People just can't deal with that, right? Whether it's a police officer or an RECC call center person, finding those best practices around the country, bring those in. You're renegotiating the contract right now. Now's the time to do it. Start by throwing those ideas out there so they can be ready for them, so the union negotiators on the other side of the table are ready for it. Don't lock yourself into something so rigid that it forces you to be understaffed. And so whether it's a 4880 or 4840, whatever that version was, or part-time shifts, I recommend you to go look at those flexible things or something else from another market that is doing well at that. And then in terms of technology, there are 2 technologies, and I brought them up in the past, and I was intrigued to find out that the city is now going down this path, even though we spoke about it in the past, and there was no appetite for it. But I believe that the RECC is the right place for these 2 technologies. It's not at the city, and it's not at the county, and it's not at Espanola. It is one, ShotSpotter, right? If ShotSpotter technology gets adopted here in the city, it's great. It might tell us that somebody's, God forbid, a gun goes off somewhere here. It identifies, it triangulates that. But where it really is going to matter is it shouldn't be necessarily the city listening to a radio and then telling you where it is. It should be you telling either the sheriff's department or the city where that shot is, and so they can descend. And this is a piece of technology that I think belongs in the RECC and not at the city and not at the county, but at that joint area. So when something just happens to be 50 feet into the Agua Fria village, it's not the city sort of going, well, that's not our problem, right? It should be your intelligence saying, oh, this is just over the border, and that we can collaborate in this technology for gunshot identification location technology. The second one is, I don't know the actual brand of it, but it's essentially the same thing. It's FireSpotter. And it is a camera system that you would put regionally, 1 in Los Alamos or 2 in Los Alamos, 1 in Pecos, 1, 2, or 3 in Santa Fe, 1 in El Dorado. And it looks at all of our mountains from in all directions, and it can identify a forest fire day or night, where it is. If I see a fire up in the mountains, I can see that it's 40 degrees north, but I can't tell how many ridge lines away it is. But once you have somebody else looking from a different angle, you can start to triangulate this. And there's a technology that comes from Santa Fe and is being tested already here in Santa Fe. And it would make so much sense for you to have this adopted as a piece of technology so that it's instant, it's day and night. So even when it's dark out, this thing sees fire, right? This thing sees smoke, it sees a thermal image there. So whether it's in the watershed or whether it's way up in the mountains, we can tell how far it is up there, and it works. And I don't know if you've spoken to Stephen Guerin about this, but again, he lives here, he's passionate about fire safety, he has all of these really cool technologies that can do these things, and I truly recommend that we adopt that in the RECC so that the fire department can get those calls, whether it's a pilot project or whatever it is. He's got a really cool technology that will, we see those signs, prescribed burn, please don't call, right? All the time, we know that there's a fire. These things are the technologies we need to adopt there. And so I don't know if you looked at this, if you need a warm introduction, I'm happy to do it. I think the fire department, again, it shouldn't live in the fire department, it should live at the RECC.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green. In regards to staffing, I am actually looking at revising the agreement with the CBA for peak hour staffing because it is pretty rigid right now and it demands a certain amount of staffing at all hours. So I've been researching our peak hour call volumes for the past 4 years. So I have that information on hand. I know when our busiest peaks are, and I look forward to being able to augment the staffing. Once we get a few more vacancies filled and people trained, we will be able to augment the staffing. So that's being addressed right now. In regards to ShotSpotter, I did send the sheriff the shots fired information around the county, and that was his determination to not utilize that program at this time just because of how far spread those incidents occur. I don't think he believed it was practical to put it in one specific area. You are correct that the RECC is the recipient of the ShotSpotter notification. We would not be the manager of the system. We would not be the ones to tell the police department where they should put it. We can give them the data and then they would decide where that goes. So that's why that contract or agreement would live with the law enforcement agencies and not with dispatch. And then in regards to FireSpotter, actually just yesterday received an email from Dr. Frenzen, who is piloting the project in Santa Fe. And he asked if we would be interested in participating, and I asked him for more information, so I will be talking with him about that.
Thank you.
Chair Bustamante and Commissioner Green, that's also something that Chief Black has been involved in terms of, that pilot project, where they're at and when it might, actually materialize into an actual budgetary request, given all the different players, and that's on the fire side, but Chief Black is prepared to speak to that.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's just part of the tools that an RECC has. I would think that the fire department should, because you dispatch for fire, you dispatch for a whole bunch of things for police and so on. You're sort of this overarching intelligence unit for all of these things. So it's a tool that they recognize they need, but it should live with you. And it's the same thing for ShotSpotter. It's something that the sheriff's department may not care about it for the middle of Tesuque, because there's no shots up there. But in this weird line in between the city and the county, if the city is looking at it, we should also contribute to it in a way to make sure that if it's just 50 yards into the county, the city doesn't say, not my problem. So,
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, yes, that makes sense. We would receive the notification, so even if the ShotSpotter was placed in a city location that was near the county line, it would still activate and we would still receive the notification. So we'll see how it works when it's fully implemented. We haven't had any meetings with ShotSpotter ourselves, just I believe only the PD and ShotSpotter have had meetings.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Kakari Stone?
Thank you, Chair Bustamante, County Manager Schaefer, Director Lujan. Just have a quick question. Looking at your org chart and your budget, of the 35 FTEs you have with communications specialists, how many are Spanish-speaking fluent?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Kakari Stone. This, I can't give you the exact number, but I would say we have at least 5 that currently are fluent, but we actually utilize a translator service that's paid for by DFA for any language. It can identify any language that's being spoken over the phone. So that's how we communicate.
That was my next question, the services line item, that's part of that?
Actually, Commissioner Kakari Stone, that's paid directly by DFA, so you will not see that on the county budget.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
That's funded directly by DFA through the E911
Okay.
grant. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much, Director Lujan. We appreciate it. Thank you, Manager Schaefer.
Thank you.
Next, Public Safety, ASD. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and commissioners. The ASD department or division of the Public Safety Department provides centralized administrative services support to the fire department, the corrections department, the RECC, and on a more limited basis, the sheriff's office. This was created during the fiscal year 2024 budget process. I believe that it has, greatly increased the level of support and cross-training across, those individuals and professionals that provide those services for the departments that I listed. Relative to, the overall budget, you do see a large spike there in the sheet, that I thought I was sharing. And that's attributable to some capital monies that were budgeted, I believe, within ASD. Some of those funds will carry over relative to various ongoing projects. With regard to the proposed operating budget, this may well be revisited in light of a desire to look at increased deputies. But the budget as presented did include an accountant position, since there is not an accountant position within the ASD division. Notwithstanding the significant amount of funds that they administer. It also included a project manager 3 position to manage a variety of non-capital projects like the P25 radio project and coordinate with other departments on significant other projects. That also that would have been funded in part with the elimination of 2 secretary senior positions, as well as a medical billing clerk position in the fire department. The plan, looking at project management needs throughout the county, was ultimately once some of those significant public safety projects were concluded, would be to use that position to start to create a project management office for, again, non-capital related projects and IT projects that could help all county departments, manage, projects, whether that's in the clerk's office or somewhere else, to help ensure that the projects are being completed on time. I believe that's it in terms of what I would provide in terms of a high-level overview. I'll turn it over to Mari and to our ASD director and to Ilias to augment or explain anything that I might have missed over or not accurately described. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. I'm happy to be here to speak to you about the ASD budget. The only thing that I'd highlight in the ASD budget that's a significant change from last year is a net decrease of $190,000 due to reduction in external consulting services for public safety. Santa Fe County prioritized data in the public safety and community services departments. It's seen in the 2025 budget with the data analytics resource. Well, our initial plan was to collaborate with UNM's Center for Applied Research Analysis for broader community data. For substance abuse, behavioral health, and homelessness, the current focus for is improving an in-house data collection within public safety. This internal data is a valuable asset that can enhance situational awareness and optimize resource allocation, improve response time, aid in crime prevention, and inform policy, increase accountability. And as you heard today, we have had a significant amount of data already with the 4840 program with the Sheriff's Office. And then with RECC, being able to collect their data for their peak hours. And then also corrections has been able to extract data relative to repeat offenders in the jail and identify the root cause. And they currently have a contract with Presbyterian Medical Services to bridge the medical care for these individuals. And so, we did divert our initial plan based on our operations. And so that gives you a little bit of why we didn't use the data analytics.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. You've got a lot on your plate, so thank you. Elias, did you have something or anything else?
Chair Bustamante, I just want to emphasize the data analytics manager and how insightful he has been for all the public safety and community services department. And we are in the process of transitioning to have more of a data concept countywide. So it's not just going to be for my branch and my team. It's going to be a countywide initiative that we're looking forward to starting in July 1. And we'll put some foundation in place to be able to have all departments leverage this data concept that we initiated. And you'll have any questions?
Do we have any questions?
Chair Bustamante, just to underscore what Elias was saying, that's going to be accomplished by moving that resource to our data communications and strategic planning unit overseen by Stephanie, who you've all met. And in addition, the budget passed by the Board of County Commissioners in fiscal year 25 included funding for additional data support, which is carrying forward. And so that data unit will be built out. Again, Stephanie will be the director. You'll have Chip, who will be the data manager. And then we anticipate there will be one or two analysts to help support the work that is done. So just to unpack what that unit will ultimately look like with already budgeted resources. And that's the plan, is to make those resources available countywide so that we can be strategic in terms of the data we collect, and then also work with all the various departments to put the infrastructure in place to analyze and harness the power of that data. So I just wanted to provide that clarity. Thanks, Elias.
Thank you very much, Manager Schaefer, for the additional information. Yes, sir?
Thank you. So the data analyst is going to move into the county manager's office and be a part of the strategic planning sort of office of superintelligence, or?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, yes, that is the plan of that restructured position, is that you think about all of those things, they go hand in hand. The data feeds the strategic plan, feeds the budget. Communications help us communicate internally, externally, but that is, in fact, the plan for that unit.
I love it. I think that is, the right place for it. It's a shared resource. I think we're not the biggest county out there that needs, to have every division having this sort of thing, but somebody that can apply that across, as needed across different areas. I would just encourage you to get those people on board, because as we're discovering some old numbers and some old information, doesn't help us with decision making. So, but thank you for prioritizing that, and I look forward to hearing what bears fruit there. Thanks.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also quite interested in that shift, which I'm learning about just now. And I welcome it, I applaud it. I think it's a really good idea to have that resource, and I think that the data manager, Chip, whose last name I'm forgetting, has really proved that he's made really interesting data insights in public safety. I guess I would wonder if he has trained up anyone in your division and the associated ones so that those systems that he put in place are going to continue. Because I think that I was really impressed by the insights that he was able to show us when we visited with him and you all. So I would hope that there's some sort of maybe not the exact person, but someone who can apply the data in the way that he has outlined it. So I'd be curious to learn more about that.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Johnson. Unfortunately, we only have one data manager right now. The intent to have a team is to have other individuals understand the methodology and the approach on our data analytics. The way our current data manager has built the systems, it takes a lot of time to build the infrastructure. He's put a lot of work into that, and they're being managed by no one at this moment in terms of the dashboards. For example, if we want to see what the average population in our jail is today, we can go into the system and find the average daily population as of this morning. Nobody's touching that dashboard. So he's built a direct infrastructure between our dashboard visualization tool and the server itself. We also have other data that is manually entered. In other words, it doesn't have a server. However, there is a tool within our new system, Office 365, that will notify the individual or a group of individuals to update that data set, and it will let you know if it's been updated and when was the last time it was updated. We also have another dashboard where you have layers, where you have data that comes directly from the server, and we have manual input, and those two are layered into a dashboard. And so he has an infrastructure that now maintenance of those is very minimal. It's when we get a new request, and if it's a new data server that we need to have access to, that's where it takes time. The way we've designed it is where it takes little maintenance to maintain those dashboards.
Okay, so another way of thinking about that is that he's built those systems, on Camino Justicia and is ready for a new project.
Commissioner Johnson, that is correct.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to take a 5-minute break. We will get right back at 3:50. And we will start with fire.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and commissioners. We have to my right Fire Chief Black and Deputy Chief Carroll and Deputy County Manager Elias Bernardino will be rejoining us shortly. I'm going to switch over to the fire budget document outlining significant changes year over year, and then also talk about the voluminous fixed asset requests relative to equipment replacements and augmentations necessary to run the fire department. I'm going to start by talking about FTEs and what the proposed budget includes, and then use that as a segue to turn things over to Chief Black so that he can explain what the additional staffing changes are focused to do and will allow the department to do. So again, starting with FTEs, the fiscal year 26 proposed operating budget includes funding for an additional 6 firefighter EMT positions. These are grant funded initially, as the board knows, via grants from the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration. And then it also includes the reclassification of 3 vacant firefighter EMT into lieutenant positions. Over time, as I understand it, these positions and reclassifications will do a variety of things. First, they'll reduce voluntary and mandatory overtime while helping to ensure consistent station coverage. And Chief Black will talk about how those floater positions will help do that. In addition, these positions and reclassification should help implement a second ambulance out of Station 60 to meet rising Western Region call volumes. And then finally, over time, these positions and reclassifications should help staff La Puebla Station 2 with 24/7 responders. That's the most significant changes relative to the fire department's budget. I would highlight that the budget also includes funding for a staffing analysis for the fire department to help assess the needs of the department, but also look at alternative staffing models that may be of use to the county going forward. With that, by way of general introduction, I'll turn it over to Chief Black to talk about their budget, but also to provide the board an update relative to the ongoing collaboration with multiple jurisdictional partners relative to so-called fire spotting technology to include an AI component, but then also talk about looking forward to changes in the structure of the fire department with our new division focused on medical and EMS services to include our mobile integrated health, and where that stands and how we'll be utilizing existing resources to come up with a roadmap going forward. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to Chief Black.
Good afternoon, Chair Bustamante, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Fire Department's FY26 budget request. I'd also like to thank the County Manager, along with Finance and the Public Safety staff for their support and collaboration throughout this year's budget development process. FY26 is an important year for the Santa Fe County Fire Department. It's going to be one that balances critical services expansion with foundational investments that will support the department for future years. We are focused on meeting today's operational demands while strategically preparing for tomorrow's challenges and growth. The packet materials provided to you today and supplemental information outline a variety of department funds, including a number of them which are restricted in what we're allowed to spend them on. The proposed FY26 budget addresses immediate service needs and positions us to build upon long-term priorities. This year's budget includes proposed personnel changes that Manager Schaefer just spoke about, which directly support improved service and delivery. First is the funding to support the 6 additional firefighter EMT positions that were funded through the New Mexico DFA Firefighter EMT Recruitment Grant. Next is the reclassification of 3 vacant firefighter EMT positions to strengthen our field supervision and develop a relief factor for our staff. These changes will help us meet rising demands in both the western region as well as the northern region as well. The plan is to implement these new positions and expansions across a couple phases. The first phase would be this summer as we look to add a second ambulance to the western region out of the La Cienega Station 60. Currently, that's our busiest truck. It is the truck that is seeing the most demand, and so we need additional resources in the west to meet the growing EMS needs within that area. The second phase would come approximately March when we complete our next academy. Our next academy is set to start in August with a completion date of February. Once we get everybody through the onboarding process, we should then be close to fully staffed, hopefully. We currently have 7 vacancies, and then the additional 6 vacancies from the grant that this budget supports would lead us to 13. Those 13 positions would allow us then to expand services to La Puebla Station 52 and allow for us to provide 24/7 coverage out of that station. In addition to those expansion of services, we do also have a plan to have staffing plus positions or positions above our minimum staffing to create a relief factor. As Manager Schaefer said, that relief factor will reduce voluntary as well as mandatory overtime. Our current mandatory overtime over a 6-month period, we were averaging 111 mandatory overtime shifts a month. And so this initiative to also reduce that is to increase the mental health and physical health of our responders as well. So all of these changes with our FTEs go to support those aspects of our department's operations. And that helps us to address today's needs in this fiscal year. In addition to addressing today's FY26 provides us the opportunity to lay the groundwork for future advancements as well. As Manager Schaefer stated, our budget request does include a request funding for a comprehensive staffing study to assess countywide service demands, taking into account population trends and projected growth. This will help guide future staffing and development strategies. As we're looking across the county, we do see there are certain areas that are expanding more rapidly than others, along with trends within those populations. And so with that, this study would help us to be able to plan accordingly to address needs not only for the community, but ISO requirements, and also show us where we would need to invest in the future, whether it be through apparatus or station expansions for living quarters, things to support the fire and EMS operations of the department. Additionally, there's also some non-fiscal things that we are looking to use in FY26 to build a foundation for us. As we discussed earlier, we talked about the fire detection cameras. We're actively engaging with local governments, agencies, specifically the City of Santa Fe, State Forestry, the Forest Service, as well as nonprofit organizations such as the Forest Stewards Guild to assess the fire detection cameras. We also, most recently, have had stakeholders such as the University of New Mexico approach us as well and be involved in this. So we are looking at a collaborative approach to building this out. They are currently running a pilot program for this current calendar year. And so as we look to develop that and see what our role is in that, we do plan on having data and a specific ask for a financial ask for the next fiscal year to support that program. Currently, what that we're looking at is those cameras would be monitored by an AI platform that would be able to detect a potential fire start. That then would, much like a fire alarm in a home, send a notice to a live human for them to be able to look at as well. The current program that we're looking at also allows for our staff to have access to those cameras, to be able to control and look at those cameras, and to be able to assess the situation. If that notification is received, that notification would also potentially go to the RECC. So there are stakeholders that are at the table as well as how do we integrate with the RECC. So these are all things that we're actively pursuing to develop a foundation understanding and be able to put together a request and what do those agreements with those other agencies look like and what is our part and role in moving forward into the next fiscal year. So that is how we're, an exciting thing that we're looking at regarding the wildfire detection cameras. Additionally, the current FY25 budget includes funding for a position within our mobile integrated health team. We are currently working to fill that position and hopefully we'll fill that soon. We are also seeing promising volunteer participation from our volunteer districts. So we do have several volunteers that are engaging and participating in our mobile integrated health team. And so across, during FY26, we'll continue to grow that program specifically with certain initiatives and build capacity within that team and our district members, which will help us evaluate the needs for future resource and planning and potentially any corresponding requests in the next fiscal year. Now, shifting gears a little bit, looking at our capital requests, where possible, I mentioned earlier about restricted funding. We have directed most of our capital requests to those restricted funding sources. Our FY26 capital investments are focused on essential equipment and responder safety. In your packet material today, there is a long list of capital items. Many of those are from our volunteer districts that are items that are supported through the state fire marshal funding or the fire protection funds. I want to draw your attention to a few key and higher priority items. First is the replacement of 2 regional ambulances. Actually, that's a replacement or upgrade. It's a reconditioning of those ambulances. Second is the purchase of a new regional fire engine, specifically for the northern region. Next is the acquisition of rugged laptops for field operations that allows us to do all of our emergency reporting for both fire and EMS. And next is the purchase of advanced medical equipment, including cardiac monitors and ventilators. So essential EMS equipment for us to be able to provide life-saving equipment or life-saving services. Furthermore, we do have a portion of our capital requests to fund the public safety mobile command trailer, which has already been discussed here several times today. If we do look at the FY26 budget book, you will notice a significant amount of capital funding carried forward from prior years. These are encumbered funds for major equipment, including fire apparatus, which remain in production and will be expended upon delivery. Many of the apparatus that we do have in the works are taking 2 to 3 to 4 years to build. And so therefore you will see that reflected in our budget that there's a large amount of capital there that is encumbered and will be carried forward. Moving on to our operating expenses. Like many other county departments, our FY26 operating budget reflects targeted increases in priority areas alongside reductions in other areas, resulting in a net decrease of $506,605. Some of these key increases do include salaries and benefits adjustments, which are tied to the collective bargaining agreement and apply for both bargaining unit members as well as associated non-bargaining unit members. Additionally, fees related to the ambulatory supplemental payment program, which will help generate revenue for the department through ambulance transports. Additionally, funding in the 222, our fire excise tax of 1/4%, which is to support critical incident debriefs and mental health services for our responders as well. I do know that there has been a significant amount of detail in the packet material as well as the supplemental information that has been provided to you. And so with that, I stand before you for any questions regarding any of our proposed FY26 budget requests.
Thank you, Chief Black. Do we have any questions for the chief? I just have to start with my first question. My eyes took me to the Hearst, which I thought was Hearst, right underneath the coffin boxes. cancel that clear. I'm like, what are they doing over there? But I back right out of that one. Any questions, Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I just had one question about whether you had seen more volunteers. It sounded like you said that, but have volunteerism through the fire department increased since the decrease during the pandemic?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Hughes. Yes, we have seen a significant increase in volunteerism. Depends on what fire districts. There are some districts that it's difficult to get traction and increase volunteerism, while other volunteer districts are seeing a significant increase. Speaking with one, the La Cienega and Agua Fria district chief, he reported to me last night that they're having around 35 volunteers, which is a significant increase from previous years.
Okay, great. That's all I have.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm curious about the fire cameras. That's one of the, I would say, most regular things that my constituents asked about. As we all know, I mean, every district of Santa Fe County is at great risk of fire, but those in the east have the mountains that are harder to monitor. And so I'm very interested in that. I can't quite find it in here, and it sounds like it may not actually be included in any of these documents because you're sort of in the planning stage. Is that accurate?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Johnson, that is correct. We are in the planning phase, and we do, once we see this pilot program come through, we'll be positioned to be able to have a better understanding of what agreements we'll need to have with our partners in order to move this project forward, as well as a better understanding of what financial requests we'll need to bring before you to move this project.
Okay, yeah. I think that it, you know, I have no idea what the cost would be, but I imagine that since there's AI monitoring, you know, and potentially cost sharing among different entities, because this is not just a benefit to Santa Fe County, it's a benefit to San Miguel, it's all adjacent entities, right? Forestry, et cetera. So I'm really would encourage this, you know, and if there's any way that the commission can help this along, I think that we would likely all be in support of something like that. What is the current program that you're looking at? Out of curiosity, do you have that offhand?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Johnson, I do not have that specific program. We've been working closely with a volunteer with the Forest Stewards Guild, who is working with local companies and national companies as well. They are also looking to model things out of California, because California has seen a number of success stories with these fire cameras, and so we're looking to lessons learned from them and how those can be applied here.
And I know that there's a pilot project with the Forest Stewards Guild and the Forest Service, if I'm not mistaken, that has a camera on Tesuque Peak. Any idea of when we might receive more information about that?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Johnson, we are actively working with them. Actually, the Forest Stewards Guild with that. One of the things that we're looking at is how can we actually get access to that camera and who is the appropriate member within the fire department to be able to monitor that. So we're hopeful within the next month to 2 months we'll have more information on that.
Okay. And I could see some, well, I'll leave it at that. I really want to see that program come to fruition, and thank you for getting it, you know, launched.
Thank you. Additional questions, Commissioner Green?
Great, thank you very much. 4 questions. So when you say the La Puebla station might be fully manned, which La Puebla? Because there's always confusion whether it's the Arroyo Seco or it's the actual La Puebla station.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, that would be the actual La Puebla station on Firehouse Road.
So not the one on 285, but the one on 76 corridor.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Pardon me. Thank you very much. That's great. That community needs it. That east side of the Espanola and Santa Cruz Valley needs that. I want to reiterate, pardon me, hold on one second. I want to reiterate the fire detection system, and if it would please the commission, the folks, I don't know if you're aware of the SIM table. So it's the same guy with the SIM table. So he's just a nut for these things, right? He's great. He's like computer scientist, lives here, cares about fire and cares about evacuation. It could actually be a great presentation for all of us to see. It would get us all excited about it. Hopefully you get you guys all excited about it. And he sort of pilots these things just out of bootstrapping these things to show that they can work before anybody actually is willing to invest in it. I'm sure there's a California company that would do it for 10 times more expensive and maybe better, but probably not. His stuff is tailored and he wants to serve this community and would love to present it to us. If you need us to sort of review it first, be happy to. I've seen him show it to me on a phone.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Green, we're out of compliance with purchasing regulations.
all right,
and marketing for a business. Thank you.
But, okay, so then what new equipment is going to be up in the north that you said? I think you said it, but I didn't quite catch what it would be.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, we are looking, part of our capital request is requesting funding to purchase a new fire engine. A fire engine.
Fire engine,
Yes, sir.
full-on engine. Okay, that's great. Good to know. And that would be stationed where? In Pojoaque or in?
In Pojoaque, it would be a replacement of the current engine, which is nearing 8 years old. It has a higher mileage, and so we would retire that, or not retire, we would move that to be a second out engine and replace that with a new engine.
Okay, great. And then the MIHO unit, is that a second unit that would be stood up, or is this just further expansion of the first unit or staffing?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, this is an additional FTE. So we do have that. What our FTEs in that program would be is it would be overseen by our Battalion Chief of Medical Services, and then 2 staff, essentially a lead and a specialist, and then we do contract with a clinician as well, and so that they would be able to expand their services and increase their home visits to increase their client visits through that.
That's great, because that, I think, is the biggest bang for the buck in our space of mental health, behavioral health, law enforcement, but public safety space. I encourage us to increase that as much as possible over the next few years. I think that is it, and thank you very much. Always appreciate meeting your team out in the field, and thank you so much for doing what you do for the Chimayo Walk and all these great events that you keep an eye on for us. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kakari Stone?
Yes, thank you, Chair and Chief Black. I just have a quick question on the command trailer. It says $400K, and it's shared with the sheriff and the RCC. They also each have $100K. So is it $600K, or are we like double counting this here, or as we look at the budget?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Kakari Stone, yes, the initial quotes that we were looking at were about $600,000.
Okay. Thank you. And then, as always, we really appreciate all of your team service, and always considered very mindful about their mental health and well-being. And I was glad to see additional contractual services for critical debrief support for trauma. Is that all we have in terms of support for their treatment or prevention, or is this an addition? And if it's an addition, is that in the services line item? Thanks.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Kakari Stone, that is, I believe, the total amount, and that is above and beyond what we've had previously, significantly, and so this does know a pretty significant increase and investment in that component.
Thank you. Who's providing those services for trauma?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Kakari Stone, right now we're working through PSPG in Albuquerque to provide some of those critical incident debriefs, as well as any additional follow-up as needed.
And remind me, Chief Black, that PSPG is also peer support, is that it, or?
Peer support is a different aspect of us, our mental health program. We are also looking to implement a peer support system, which PSPG does offer that initial training for peer support. The peer support program, which we are also looking to implement this fiscal year as well, trains our responders to come alongside each other and support each other, and teaches them essentially trigger points of, all right, hey, now we need to start unpacking this, and you need to seek additional mental health support.
Well, thank you. And is the money for the peer support training in this budget? Because it's a great program.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, thank you very much, Chief Black and team. You do great work, and we're so grateful to be able to rely on you for your service. Thank you. Manager Schaefer, up next we have corrections, and we have our warden joining us. I would like to ask the commission, since we are meeting at or with corrections next Tuesday, any questions that can be held till next Tuesday, comments, suggestions would be much appreciated, given that we still have another one after this. So we're grateful for any questions you have. Write them down so we don't forget, and that we have them in hand for next Tuesday. Thank you. Respectfully, onward ho.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and commissioners. I think actually the corrections operating budget request and fixed assets are fairly straightforward. As all departments, they've looked to try and work within the constrained revenue environment, and trying to ensure that we're maintaining core services, but also continuously looking at ways in which we might shrink the gap between budget request and budgeted expenditures. Large items in terms of increases, salary and benefits to reflect things that were adopted by the board during fiscal year 2025, and now that are being fully implemented. Those net increases are listed there. Also, the budget includes money for collective bargaining negotiations with our medical bargaining unit, commonly referred to as 1413M. In addition, we are seeing a significant increase relative to the purchase of FDA-approved medication for those who suffer from substance abuse disorder. Those are being funded out of the local government abatement fund that receives and accounts for money from the various opioid lawsuit settlements. And the information that was provided on a supplemental basis includes some more granular division level details. And then there's a variety of fixed asset requests totaling approximately $437,000 that relate to a variety of needs at the department, ranging from less lethal munitions to trash compactors and the like. Electronic asset management system to keep track of the varied assets of the department. Some large mixer to help out in our kitchen, which you'll see next Tuesday, as well as mower to help maintain the grounds of the adult detention facility. And money for a replacement transport van, Again, they're all listed there, but these are core assets that the the corrections department is requesting and that are being recommended to continue to provide care to those that are entrusted to us. So I'll turn it over to the warden if anything he wants to highlight. Otherwise, we'll stand for questions in the interest of time. Thank you, Chair Bustamante.
Thank you. Warden?
Good afternoon. So I'll go over our Corrections Operations Fund briefly for the board. Salary and benefits, as the manager spoke to, of course, we've had increases due countywide increases with comp and class studies that we have been doing. In regards to training, we did have a little decrease due to the fact that most of our trainers have had their certifications up to par, so we were able to save a little bit there. In regards to maintenance, we did have some increases. The first one I'll talk about is radio, door, and intercom maintenance. So our camera systems are set up to, when an officer hits a button to get out of a door, that camera automatically syncs to that particular door, and the intercom is all in sync. So the officer, master control, sees, hears, and knows exactly who they're letting in and out of that door. So we had some maintenance on those to make sure they're up to par. Our body scanner, which is what we use in booking, we use that to help detect hidden narcotics and contraband that individuals may have on their body or in their cavity upon intake. And then supplies pertaining to HVAC, plumbing, and then, of course, our fire system services. So those were the increases we had there in maintenance. In contractual services, our ex-jail licensure, that is our inmate database system. It is at end of life. This will be the last expense for that particular software. Power policy, this is an item that aids with electronic auditing for our compliance department to help us maintain compliance with those who we have accreditation with, for example, the New Mexico Associations of Counties. The first medication history, that is for us to have electronic scripting, and also helps anyone that has that software. It helps make sure that we don't duplicate scripts going back out into the community. So both our providers, our doctor and our psychiatrist, nurse practitioner use that. Dental services, and there was an increase, not so much because the population changed, but the needs of those people that we house has changed. As you've been a little bit aware from previous presentations and what you'll hear in next week's presentation is the population that we have has changed. We do substance abuse, homelessness, and mental illness are all adding components to that. And unfortunately, people who are homeless and have substance abuse, they neglect their teeth and body much more than other people. So there's a slight increase there to make sure we're taking care of those needs. There's an increase here for temp nursing services. So on that, I'll say we are fully staffed with nursing. However, we did create 2 additional FTEs, which were clinical nurse. We had we had 2 providers, and we got both of them a clinical nurse specifically for them. So to cover for the vacancies until we filled that, that's why we had put in a little money there to cover us along the way. And then going into other operating costs, we had a decrease in New Mexico gas, decrease in phone services. We did have a reduction in primary care of inmate cost, and what that was contributed to was we budget money every year in the event that we have individuals in custody that may have more chronic mental health or severe mental health issues or behavior issues that we're prepared to deal with. And so we normally budget money in there to where if I have to get a court order to house someone at the mental health hospital at the prison in Los Lunas, New Mexico, or at another department inside the Department of Corrections, then we have the funds to pay those per diems for that time. And fortunately, we haven't had to send anyone over there in a while. And then finally, the pharmaceutical costs, which are always always on the rise, more particularly now because medications. We've really amplified on a proactive basis what we do with medicated assisted treatment, including some really great programming that both our nurse practitioner and our behavioral health team put together. And that's coming out of the opioid funds. And that's all I have, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Warden. We're going to be meeting with them next Tuesday, and we have a lot that we'll be able to learn there tomorrow, unless there's something absolutely critical at this point. I'd like to reserve our questions for next Tuesday. I'd also like to ask that everyone, and I'm glad that Community Services is in the room, because this is something where I've seen a bit of a disconnect, and I think we can do better, though we did try last year, in making sure that those people who are coming out of our jail are cared for on their way into society. And the big one, I have received a number of emails, but the last two are some absolute follow-ups. I have to reply to someone in writing regarding what we're going to do, as well as get back with the New York Times reporter Nicholas Bogle-Burrows, as well as KRQE, in making people are concerned. And as I mentioned last night, the statement was, "This is inhumane," was something that a caller told me. So I hope that we're all thinking along those lines. We will be at the jail next Tuesday, and we'll continue to think about how we can close that gap between, 1 in the morning to, what does it take to make sure that someone is released back into society in a safe manner. And I don't leave that all on you. It's something that I think, since I've understood that this is something that we've been working on for a while and we've yet to actually solve it, that somehow, some way we come up with something very helpful, creative, and helps people get to the next step and get out of the system that they're in. Okay? Thank you. If there aren't any real pressing questions.
I want to ask for clarification, Chair Bustamante. For the sake of the public comment on the budget, are you saying we shouldn't be asking any budget questions right now? We wait till next Tuesday,
Our
which is...
meeting on Tuesday will be public as well.
Okay, so
Do you want to ask something that you want Commissioners?
It's my first time at a budget, so I just want to know, so we're moving budget questions to Tuesday.
You can ask them now if you'd like, but Tuesday will be public as well. And I would
Okay.
state publicly right now that if anyone is interested or wants to pay special attention to what is happening with the corrections and corrections budget, that will be a time that we will be having a comprehensive conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll
Thank
see you
you.
Tuesday.
Okay.
Next up is Community Services. And Ryan, our Community Service Director, thank you. Thank you both. Warden, didn't mean to not say goodbye to you. Thank you. We'll see you. All right. And Manager Schaefer, you're on.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante, Commissioners. I'm going to largely turn things over to our Community Services Department Director, Ann Ryan. I would highlight that a continued area of recommended focus and investment is in the area of youth behavioral health. You heard a presentation yesterday from our partners in that space, or one of our partners in Krista St. Vincent, and work that's being done in the emergency room and inpatient admission setting that relates to a case manager services. We have one case manager that was created during the last budget cycle. The proposed fiscal year 26 operating budget includes funding for an additional case manager to help youth and their families navigating the needs of, again, behavioral health needs outside of the emergency room setting. And sometimes there is a handoff from the Christus folks to our team. That's the one thing that I really wanted to highlight relative to the CSD budget. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Director Ryan to address, those specific changes and that and how we're planning for the future, as well as some unknowns that are out there. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Director Ryan.
Thank you. Director Ryan. I'm looking at you over here, and you're not looking at me, and I look up, and there's a 30-second lag. And you're staring. Okay, thank you. My apologies. I was looking at you on my screen, so I apologize because you're making eye contact. Never mind. Go ahead.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioners, Manager Schaefer, thank you so much. Ann Ryan, representing the Community Services Department. I am well aware that you all are aware of this, but for the sake of your constituents, we represent the Public Health and Social Services arm of the county. I'd like to remind the BCC we are a revenue-generating department. We have approximately 64 employees to our workforce, and we fund approximately 100 community-based providers of essential services. Our annual operating budget going into FY26 is in the ballpark of $15 million. That does not include capital outlay. And again, a reminder, millions and millions, Commissioner Green, secured from the state to help support so many of our senior centers. I'd like to make 4 primary points and then answer any questions that you might have. And the first is to reassure your constituents of this beginning, middle, and ending message that if it is a currently provided service through the Community Services Department or any of our 100 network providers, it will continue to be a funded service going into FY26. And that is the biggest takeaway message we are hoping that the public hears. Areas of reduction that you will see are reflective of things such as contingency. In years past, it was the departments that carried contingency. It is now centralized correctly with the finance department. So you're going to see those reductions. Other reductions included truing up our actuals to that 90% burn rate. And so we believe you are aware through the county manager that the entire county went through multiple iterations, line item by line item, looking at the last 3 fiscal years. And if you didn't have a burn rate of 90%, you really needed to justify that. So it's simply trued up. And again, with that reassurance that if we, and I don't believe that we will, run out of food services for seniors in February, dear Yvonne is not going to say no. We also have that covered with contingency. And then the third area where we looked at reductions included things like out-of-state travel. We did not see that as essential going into FY26. We understand it's important. It doesn't mean that we wouldn't look to that in the future, but is it essential when we look at food for seniors or out-of-state travel? And so unless it was 100% grant funded and as well grant required, no out-of-state travel going into FY26. And then, so you will see that our budget in its entirety is either flat or reduced in every single area with the exception of 2. One is in the area of youth services that the county manager just touched upon, and I'll speak briefly to that. The second and final is in the area of seniors. And I don't need to state the obvious. We all eat, we all shop, we know the outrageous costs of inflation and food. So you see quite a bit of that also in our supplies. Those Oliver trays are very, very expensive, and that's true throughout the state, and it's one principal vendor. We will have 2 new senior centers coming online in FY26, in addition to Santa Cruz, brand new and on track with that, the near 10 years in the making Sorio Senior Center. So you're going to see costs increase because of that, along with some contractual services, linen services, for example. Our staff, bless them, we're actually using their own washers to do linen services, so that's contracted. Small kitchenwares that capital outlay won't cover, et cetera. So that's seniors, which again, our 2 asks of increases we believe are justified by all of the offsets with the revenue that we bring in. The second one is that the county manager mentioned as it relates to the second case manager for youth behavioral health services. And I just want to remind this body that this has been an ongoing conversation with nods of approval over the last probably 3 fiscal years, that this current fiscal year, FY25, you all approved, as a body approved the first case manager with the expectation of us coming before you today for the second and final. And again, as the manager shared, it is to help mitigate the cliff that so many exiting the emergency department experience. So we are actually that bridge. So with that, that is just, kind of overarching, and happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann Ryan. We're grateful for your work. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for doing such a good job. I have a couple quick questions. One is, could you describe in more detail what the case manager does?
I would love to, Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Hughes, I would love to. So that, you saw that presentation yesterday. So the Community Services Department funds Anna, who was the LPCC woman whom you met. She works directly with our case manager. That is our primary feeder, as it were. That is our primary and priority referral source. We intentionally kept that small because we didn't know what to expect, like with any pilot. And the case manager right now is one. And trying to keep those caseloads manageable because of higher acuity cases, that when you're dealing with youth, you are obviously as well dealing with their parents. So it is time intensive. And if we were to open it up to other referral sources, we wouldn't be able to support that with just the one person. So it is literally Anna from yesterday calling Christina, this is the situation, and then we become that safety net, and in effect, either provide the service ourselves or care coordinate with our other providers.
So basically, this person works with youth exiting the hospital? Is that what you said?
Right now exclusively. And then if the BCC were to afford the second position, then we would probably expand to a second referral source. I
Okay, but that's not part of this year's budget, or is it?
It is offset and still with a reduction of about $27,000 in the general fund. And so, Commissioner Hughes, that particular budget is made up of, I think, diversified funding, 5 different sources. And so we feel very confident that the approval of this position going into FY26 will have no adverse impact on the general fund.
Okay. Could you also describe the various things you do for the homeless?
Certainly, happy to. So Deputy Director Jennifer Romero, as you are aware, has been an active, and I always say religious member of the S3 housing group. We fund a whole host of services to providers who principally serve the unhoused. So, for example, Pathways Shelter, for including one-time funding for capital fencing, I think Commissioner Green is aware of, in addition to Interfaith, AKA Pete's Place, in addition to Consuelos at Midtown, in addition to, is it Adelante? In addition to La Familia that has a specific service for hygiene medical care that's mobile. And that's off the top of my head, but I'm happy to give you something more comprehensively in writing subsequent to this meeting.
Well, I think, it's to our advantage, not this year, but to keep spending more money on that, especially if we develop permanent supportive housing. Supporting these people in housing will actually, down the road, decrease the number of people in jail and the amount of work for the sheriff picking up those people. I don't know if we've done the study, but the city, studied how much police time went to taking care of the homeless, and it was significant. And so to the extent that we can take care of them in a more humane way, we will save money in the long run. But anyway, that's all for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kokari Stone. Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
I actually don't have a specific question. I just wanted to applaud your department for continuing all services, and that's essential. If we prop up our community and show continuous support for it and try not to sort of clip around the edges, I think that goes a long way. So I just wanted to thank you for sort of prioritizing that in the way that you built this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see on your capital budget 4 or 5, depending on how many are recommended vehicles. Again, I sound like a broken record. This is my 3rd time through this rodeo. Any reason you're not considering EVs for all of these?
Other than also what the clerk shared, we go all over, and getting stuck on 14 down to Edgewood has some staffing concerns. I also want the commission to be aware that all 4 that are being proposed were equally presented in our state ICIP, which might then fund those. But Commissioner, you do see the hybrid there on the, I know it's not the same.
It's not. It's not. I mean, and I drive, you've heard me, and I'm just, until you sort of acquiesce, I'm going to have to sit here and take the microphone and say, you can do it, right? All it takes is a log of your mileage every day, and you will see that you'll never run out of mileage. It is, and as we build EV charging stations, which we have $4 million sitting around, we will be able to charge that 30 miles that if you get nervous, I have delivery drivers that get nervous when they get down to 5 miles, and they literally sit there begging, please stay with me on the phone. I'm going to die. And they're not. They're going to be fine. And they make it all back to the yard with 2-3 miles to go. That is stretching it. You don't have to go that far to stretch it, but you can do it. If you keep a log for 1 month, you will see that you will not run out of miles. I will put a friendly bet on it. I'll buy you lunch. So I encourage you to do that for all of the vehicles, and to not overbuild the vehicle. If it's a van that you really, really need because it's an ADA van, that makes sense. But if you're picking up seniors that can fit in a car, buy a car, right? You don't have to go with a van unless it really has a specification need to be a van, and so on for that as well. So I see, so I'd like to find a way to get you over that fear and to get the verb over that fear. The state has this whole big budget and this pool of money that's going to go into behavioral and mental health that's coming online theoretically in a few months. Right when this budget, our budget here, goes and the state has this budget that comes online. Are we proactively working with the state agencies that are going to have that money to see where we fit with that, and so that July 1st, when they say we've got money, or maybe even before that, they say we want proposals now, that we go, proactively and say, if only we had some state money, and oh, look, the state has money, so here. So is there sort of like this, this wish list of things that you think that our current budget might not be able to do, but because the state is now going to be having this money, that maybe we can be the first people with proposals proactively making sure that we access that?
Chair Bustamante and Commissioner Green, the answer is yes. As you're aware, Senate Bills 1 and 3 that passed designated the State Administrative Office of the Courts to be the keeper and operator of those funds. They are working to sort out what that operational design is going to look like. They want to revisit the core service agency model that did it by judicial districts. And once that is established, they are going to alert the provider base. We did host San Juan County, back to your point earlier at one of the earlier presentations about regionalizing things. San Juan County is looking to do quite a bit in the area of behavioral health. We then met with the Behavioral Health Services Division, that obviously is going to be a primary player of how things are going to be operationalized, and whom I will see on Saturday at the NAMI Walk. But it sounds like, short answer, too soon to tell. Are we staying very persistent, if not annoying, into being the first to know? Yes.
Wonderful. Please be those persistent, maybe annoying. I think they'll appreciate it. Probably not, but we will appreciate it. So that's great. The other thing that I would hope that the S3 funders seem to be frozen in a solution for homelessness, certainly in Santa Fe, and secondarily up in Espanola. And I know Espanola's resources are much more limited than Santa Fe. But the fact that we have these two data points within Santa Fe County, and both the city of Santa Fe and the city of Espanola seem to be sort of in this can't put something together. I'm wondering where in your budget we could get some serious planning together so that we can work on a best practices campus model. Something like the Gateway Center down in Albuquerque, or the Haven for Hope in San Antonio, or all these things that we kind of know. We're not inventing the wheel or reinventing the wheel. We're just applying the axle and the wheels to the Santa Fe marketplace in a way to solve this so that people are not turned into vagrants during the day, put out into the street and with Fentanylville out along Cerrillos Road or in Espanola. This campus model needs some leadership, and I think we all agree with this. I mean, we've got the guy who invented it here, sort of the statewide initiative sitting next to me. How do we take this leadership role in a way that sort of gets something done? Because that's really what all of our constituents, again, I'm sure, say, get something done. Is there a budget? Is there how can we be at the table? How can we drive this? How can we bring a project manager forward and just say, Project Moxie or whoever it is, we're going to take this, let's lead it, let's go.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, several key points. First of all, very, very familiar with the Gateway Center and involved in that years ago. The BCC Commission meeting where DCM Cordova presented about congressionally directed spending applications, we heard this governing body loud and clear, especially Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Kokati Stone, about the importance of trauma-informed permanent supportive housing. And as a result, those applications were devised and developed in alignment with the financial strategic planning that Project Moxie is contracted to do, and those applications went in. As it relates to anything added in our budget for this, because of the current economic climate, that was, I don't want to say it was a non-option. Ultimately, it's up to the governing body. But in our strong partnership with the city and with S3, along with the Office of the Governor, whom recently moved their new Office of Housing down to Workforce Solutions, and we will continue to be working with them closely and having a strong seat at the table. But, you know, you asked a loaded question that I would defer to the manager on.
Thank you for that. Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, I think we're moving forward and trying to allocate resources and time where we understand the board wants us to play a lead role, whether that's in youth behavioral health, whether that's trying to move forward with a permanent supportive housing solution. I think historically has been discussed previously. The cities, in particular the city of Santa Fe, has really been lead relative to unhoused population, and so I think ultimately that's where the population resides, and anything that we would do would likely be within the city limits, and so that's the posture we've adopted. And if we're going to deviate from that, then I just want it to be a clear direction, but also something we need to work with the city, because we can't be working at cross purposes. And if the city's not interested in that sort of model, for us to try and, push things in that direction, I don't think that's necessarily a recipe for success.
So I appreciate that, and I think that there's a level that they haven't quite figured it out. And their failure is our opportunity for leadership, right? And so they're still citizens of Santa Fe County, right? Whether they live in the city, whether they live in the county, whether they became homeless in Agua Fria Village or they became homeless in Tesuque, and they just find the community here within the borders of the city of Santa Fe, they're still Santa Fe County residents. And so to say it's the city's problem and their failure to lead or imagine or solve this doesn't mean that we should just say, well, it's your problem. To me, it is like, you know what? We got the smartest people in the world sitting in this room right here who can make a decision between us here, and we can say, let's move ahead with this. Are you on board, city? Right? We can make that decision. If you know the Gateway Center so well, I literally had to drag the city down there for like the first time they went down there. It was amazing that they weren't aware of it, and still probably not that aware of it. These solutions are not that far-fetched. They exist in New Mexico, and yet we can't get the city to do it. That doesn't mean that we look just as inept if we can't help lead them to do that. And so whether it means that us hiring Project Moxie or whoever it is, or the people, the experts, the project management, and the vision to say, thank you, city, you can sit at the table, but we're going to take the leadership role in this. It's our problem too. And also, the same thing is Espanola has the same problem. Are we going to say that it's not our problem up there too? No, we need to sit there and say, let's do it for Santa Fe, the city of Santa Fe, or this community here, and let's look at it for Espanola as well, and bring in Rio Arriba County to the table, bring the tribes into the table. It is not just a city problem. Some of these people are tribal members. They have nothing to do with the city. They just happen to be here in their homeless state. We need to be the leaders in that. If we've got our act together, let's take the leadership position here. I get it, it's not a county thing, but guess what? The city isn't doing its job in this. It's a loaded question. Maybe you don't want to answer it. I think we should take a leadership role in it. I would love to see something in the budget to say, here's our ante into whatever solution is going to come to this, or we're going to actually take the money and you guys can ante into this. And additionally, the governor's office has told us in the past, has told Santa Fe, has told us, give us a proposal. Let's put a proposal together. Let's do it, right? If the city can't do it, we have the responsibility to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have something that I'm probably as passionate about as Commissioner Green is with regard to EVs. This one I think will make a difference. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Continuity of care, and we've discussed this, and there's one common denominator in this, well, there are two, there are several, but Elias, we've talked about it. We had an issue last year where the warden and the Rise House and, you know, some integration of what's happening. And the reality is there is no reason why these two areas shouldn't be talking and working together in assuring that people, when they get out, they're not walking down Highway 14 and getting hit by cars, as we were all hearing about, that we didn't know, that we knew. And the reality of the day is, how do we assure? Because what I've appreciated sincerely about learning about everything that you've done in this department with Jennifer and everyone who's worked there, the previous Ann, et cetera, is that you're evidence-based. And the evidence is there, that there is less recidivism, there is more likely social participation, et cetera, when people have a continuity of care getting out of the judicial system and helping them get into. I am about as cranky about that as I am about the community college not having someone at the, you know, putting information out that says, come and get this training, to give people another sense of a system that they could go into. And it's not something that I'm naive to. So I say this passionately, barely to you, Ann. I appreciate everything you do. To Elias and our managers, why do we keep these so separate? Last year, the details that went down were what? We're not talking to each other? We're not allowed to? This isn't okay. This is something where, please, I ask you, Manager Schaefer, to direct a collaborative effort between community services and corrections to ensure continuity of care, and that when somebody is given some type of medication within the walls and then they end up at Rise or anywhere else, that we are working with them, that they get the same medication, and we're assured that the training, I have heard nightmare stories about, you know, they spend a whole week trying to get their information, their driver's license, when we know we have navigators. They came out of our system, we have community services, and they're not getting their driver's license. I mean, it's foul. So sound like I'm pleading, and I really am. I'm pleading this year to connect that dot. You know, it is absurd that we wouldn't have already. And I did hear, yeah, we knew all about the Connect system. Yeah, we knew. But we didn't have anybody to send them to, and then there's nothing we can do, and there's nobody there for them. It's about working together to just create that navigation scenario. And I'm going to bug the community college to say, help people get the training, move them in another direction. So that's what I have, because I don't see anything that says we're continuing, and it's between the two, corrections and this part of the organization, community services, that there needs to be something that's developed there as that relationship, and there's a budget, that line item that would have to go to that. So I say that sincerely, knowing that you're on it and hoping that our manager will see and hear that this is very important to the big picture of people who've been incarcerated. I do understand that Commissioner Kakari Stone has been preparing for this, so onward, Commissioner.
So if I could, Chair Bustamante, and I can have both Ann and Elias, talk about what we think are significant improvements in that area. both with regard to CSD and collaboration with the adult detention facility, but also our partnership with PMS and how that's integrating into the jail system and helping folks find a medical home when they're released from the adult detention facility. So if you'd like to hear that, I'd be pleased to let them discuss that.
Chair Bustamante, thank you so much, and you are 100% correct that it as well ties to some of the things that Commissioner Green was discussing, because ultimately at the end of the day, the common denominator, whether it is housing, whether it is behavioral health, continuity of care, that the common denominator in many ways is poverty. And so to first address Commissioner Green's point, as it relates to housing, we see this triangle effect of jail, Pete's Place, Christus, jail, Pete's Place, Christus. And so we actively support the unhoused population with SMI through the jail that the county runs, certainly not the city, but I just want to acknowledge that. We all know that jails frequently are the largest RTCs, right? The largest homeless shelters, the largest psychiatric centers. The second thing that I want to address is as it relates to that continuity of care. I have not been in this role yet a year, and I too was just as startled, although you see that, and it's not due to ill intent or anything. Silos get created in bureaucratic organizations, even in families. And so we have now a very active, productive working relationship between CSD and the jail. We have standing meetings that bring together not just the warden and myself, but key people from our teams to talk about these issues. Gender equity, what's happening in terms of hygiene kits for women who are being released, transfer on and on and on. The Building Bridges initiative and grant was originated with CSD that the jail has done an amazing job with. Similarly with the HRSA grant, and it's the reach in so that we have an FQHC embedded not just at the jail, but in the booking process, right? So it's a big deal. The reentry team, I think, has blossomed in terms of its greater awareness about what CSD does, including the CONNECT program. Jennifer Romero has personally taken one of our senior navigators down there to retrain them in the system, so that, because they as well have had turnover, so that everybody gets it, that continuity of care is critical. At the end of the day, and I just say this as someone who's been involved in public health and social services for almost 30 years, including maximum security prisons, that jurisdictional issues, there are some people, services are voluntary, and if somebody does not want to participate in voluntary services, that needs to be respected. And I know that's not always an attractive answer, but it's a reality. And I think it's one we need to, just be really candid about. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else before we go to Kakari Stone?
Chair Bustamante, I think we all share the same passion as you do. One of the strategic initiatives that the board approved 2 years ago, I believe, or 2 cycles ago, was Project Ready. I don't know if you all recall. It's an acronym: rehabilitation, emotional support, access to resources, dynamic employment opportunities, and yearning for a sustainable life. Part of that strategy was to create synergies between ADF and CSD. And it was this morning when I had my standing meeting with Greg that one of the accomplishments that I did share with him today was, and I'm going to read so that way you can share the same enthusiasm that I had this morning. Over the past 6 months, a strong collaboration has developed between the leadership teams between CSD and ADF. By working closely together, they have gone beyond discussions to actively shape program integration, strategically enhance key initiatives, and working together to tackle challenges both within ADF and external programs. This has created a powerful momentum, fostering a unified vision between the two and strengthen our shared commitment to achieving impactful outcomes. And that is the synergy that I have seen between the two departments. So the silos, as they may be perceived, I think leadership has been working really hard and working together on breaking those silos.
Thank you. I think when we talk about silos, they tend to develop around a sense of deficit because people have their budget and they don't want to spend into something else. So this is why I'm bringing this up during the budget process. It is a deficit mentality when entities don't work together. It's, if we share that, they're going to take it, and then they got credit and I didn't. And the reality of the day is create something that says this is how we're doing this together, because it's really all the county. And you really have the power, Elias, to help dissolve that sense of silo. Okay, so I'm really asking for that. I'm grateful, happy to hear that things are getting better, but you know, it is frustrating. I think people understand that, and especially those who have to live that every day. All right, Commissioner Kokari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante, County Manager Schaefer, Elias, Director, and Director Ryan. I just want to first just appreciate the community services and shout out to Jen Romero, who's out there, and others, because I know it takes a team in a village, and I see you all working very hard. And I especially appreciate the opportunity to join Commissioner Johnson and to really go to La Sala and have some meaningful conversations on behavioral health. It was very an authentic and deep conversation. And I just want to talk about two opportunities as we think about budget and resources and alignment. Obviously, the huge opportunity is the state trust fund and the benefit. And I think, you know, Commissioner Green brought it up, and I was confirming when all this is going to be launched, you know, July. And the guidance I received is we have to push ourselves to the table, make sure we're on top of it, and take initiative because it's kind of nuanced, not very explicit. So I'm just curious who in the county will be taking that lead, or will it be a team? And while we might not be the ideal candidates to be the lead for the region, because certainly Rio Arriba and some of our rural communities may have some more of a positionality, but we have the opportunity to be the lead in terms of our hub services. So I just want to confirm there's resource or HR resource enough to really follow this and be a part of it in a meaningful and deeper way.
Sure. Commissioner Bustamante, Commissioner Kokari-Stone, thank you so much for the question. So I'm going to be very candid that the roadmap has yet to be designed or developed, and you're 100% correct. They are wanting wise minds to provide wise counsel. And we hope to do just that. We are actively involved and have the JD1 AOT pilot that includes that MOU, where we are actively involved with the Administrative Office of the Courts, that is starting to dabble in bringing these conversations about in those subgroups involving AOT and also competency. I respectfully disagree that you think that, you know, potentially we might be overshadowed by Rio Arriba or some of the others, because we have the First Judicial Criminal Justice Coordinating Council that I think is well poised to be at the table for something regionally. But again, we've not gotten the green light other than my call on Monday to the head of the AOC following the conversation with BHSD on Saturday to check status. But your point is well taken. I think an internal meeting to discuss who's going to, you know, run point on this for the county is well timed.
Thank you. Director Ryan. And I appreciate your candidacy. I like that you disagree. And I just want to say my comments coming more from a positionality of leadership humility. Having worked in the Norte as a licensed mental health provider, and especially in Rio Riba, there's distinct needs up north, San Miguel Mora, and as we think regionally sometimes, and having worked statewide, there seems people have a sense that Santa Fe is arrogant, right? So I was just coming from a place of leadership, humility, and how do we be a part of it, be on top of it. But based on that, I did want to bring up something that the deputy county manager has talked about right when I first came on, and I think you were onto something that we're data rich and information poor. So to be ready for the behavioral health redesign and planning, how can we, is there money in this budget dedicated to a data analyst or pay or cover someone in our county already or a consultant to really look at integration of data analytics across the 911 system, the county detention center, community services, even the incidences of trauma and assessment with our frontline firefighters and police officers. I think if we use data-informed systems redesign, it is, as Chair Bustamante said, around a continuity of care, but we have to also rethink what kind of care are we offering, and we have to redesign our behavioral health system. This will be the third behavioral health reform I've been a part of in New Mexico, and trauma and intergenerational trauma is peaking at the top issue, and we're at a place where our evidence, where trauma-informed systems design, whether it be homeless or veterans or youth or children, as we saw with the data yesterday, we're talking about children, right? So how can we think about investing in money in that data analytics and a workforce or FTE or half FTE to pull it together very quickly in the next 3 months? Is that a possibility?
He's pointing at me, and we do this quite a
saw
bit.
that
So, but because you are referencing all of public safety as well, I'm going to defer to my boss. Thank you.
I think the short answer is yes. We believe we have the capabilities to pull that data together. If, as we work, with our data manager, that proves to be out of reach given his current staffing, then we can certainly reassess and look at contractual resources. But I think pulling together all of that data sources is certainly within CHIP's wheelhouse and something that we'll focus on as we work on pursuing those state funds.
Appreciate that. And, as we think about long-term services that is trauma informed and supportive, is that I know that Project Moxie is a stellar consultant, but in looking at their portfolio, I have been concerned that we're not bringing to the table the experts and consultants, and we have that in silos, right? And we have the housing and affordable housing experts and consultants. And Project Moxie is great in that space, but is there money so we can hire a consulting firm or a couple consultants to say, how do we redesign housing for the homeless? How do we redesign our continuity of care and systems of care that's trauma informed? But also, I see there's a line item for training. And can we beef that line item for training up to do cross-training across our units in the county on trauma-informed responses and systems of care and more integration, because that's a specialty, and we can stay innovative and ahead of the game if we invest money in that training, but in a consultant beyond a housing expert. And we talked about being able to bridge that. So those were my most comments, but do you have any thoughts on where we could put that money in this budget?
Sure, Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Kokari Stone. So I want to make sure that I'm hearing you correctly. 2 consultants. One would be for trauma-informed care training across all departments, not just the branch of public safety, public health, and social services, so that there is a well-informed response to those responding to whether it's an emergency situation or a crisis or not. And then a second consultant would be to assist the work of Project Moxie, which I just want to clarify is not being done through CSD. It's actually being done through our Community Development Department, so I can't speak to that contract. But to assist the goals of that contract to ensure subject expertise integration for trauma-informed care approach being applied to whatever their strategy is going to be. Is that correct? So it's 2 contracted consultants.
Yes, two investments, and to clarify, not to assist, but to complement, because it's equally important, right? To put the emphasis that they would be not a duplicate, but a complementary, robust consultant on a trauma-informed behavioral health redesign across all our units, including for housing for the homeless. Thank you so much, Director Ryan.
Sure, I appreciate the question and would need to defer to the county manager and the county finance director on any additional funds that could be available for either or both of those.
We'll look into the where and both the one-time funds could come from, as well as where they might be budgeted. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for your good work. And Ryan, I have to share how grateful I am to you and your whole group in the work that you're taking, because you started this conversation saying, this work will still be happening. When we have a bigger picture federal government that is cutting and saying caring for people doesn't matter, and there is a whole constituency out there that doesn't see value in caring for people and making sure, and it goes all the way back, may he rest in peace, to the Reagan administration, when many of these people we're not going to have mental health facilities anymore, and here we are situationally decades later dealing and grappling with the ramifications of those calls back then. So I'm grateful. I hope that you're doing this, you and all your team doing the self-care necessary to pick up a ball that others are willing to drop because it's not them and it's not their immediate concern, so it doesn't matter. When societally, we know it does. So thank you sincerely. Thank you, Manager Schaefer and Manager Elias. I'm grateful for your good work. Have a great evening. Do we hear a motion? Do you have anything, closing words, Manager Schaefer?
No, I just wanted to thank the board for your time, your obvious passion, your insights into the things that we're trying to build through the budget. If there's not a need or desire to have another budget study session, what we would plan to do is work with some of the feedback that we received to see what we can do between now and the interim budget. As you know, the budget is improved in 2 phases. The interim budget is due to DFA by the beginning of June. So we'll work on everything that we received. If there are items that would be considered as part of the final budget, or perhaps again we're not clear on the direction, we'll address that then with the expectation that we'll continue to work towards the final budget to make sure that we're meeting the desires of the board. So that's the road ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second? Second? Do we have a second?
Second.
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 Okay, second, Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.